Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan. And it seems like I have forgotten to do something, but, well, I guess I'll figure it out in 17.3 minutes when I'm like, duh! One thing I won't forget to do, though, is see who is in the chat. We have Thomas Armstrong. We have Frank S. We have Eric's Edge. We have SadMac356. The Wheel of Regrets. Oh boy, do you ever know. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Hi, Jeremy. And of course, Frank and Eric and Thomas and SadMac. We have Retro Techie. Hi, Retro Techie. I hope everything is well, all things considered. We have Gut Bomb. We have i38386SX Jesse. Welcome. You are surviving. All right, well, that is good to hear. So, let's see here. Channel announcements. All right, a request. If you happen to be, like, on my website or looking at my videos, if you happen to see a link to Equal Social Skills on any of those places, please DM me and I will discreetly take care of removing the link. You are not aware of what happened while you go check it on Discord. But, needless to say, I need to remove those links. And, let's see here, I do have a coffee goal, links in the description. There's the little coffee goalometer thing there. And, well, oh, yeah, and, I have a box here that, well, we'll get to that in a moment. Because we do have a Wheel of Regrets. Oh, and boy, do I ever have the Wheel of Regrets, potentially. All right, so, first up. Well, I will privately let you know. Anyways, all right, first up. We have an item from, believe it or not, we have an item from Amazon. or if someone wants to put like the short summary in the chat, that's okay too, of the thing that I'm not going to mention more in the, to not bring the mood of the stream down. Anyways, this was supposed to be a, what brand, this was not described as an IOCrest brand item. It was described as a Seba brand. So I am already regretting this purchase, because this is definitely not a Seba brand item. But this got posted to the, I think the Why Just Why thread on the Discord. And, alright, I'm going to open this up. Yeah, this could be an Amazon regret. Oh, well, despite the fact that it's not a Seba box, it actually is a red PCB. Well, that's going to be annoying to test. It only comes with a low-profile bracket. But yes, this is the item that I'm sure will take the internet by storm once some YouTuber makes a review video on it. I'm sure it will take off like hot fire and like chicken and waffles, and yeah, not selling it. Hey, we have Jim's retro stuff. Yeah, Jimmy says DPN means Dell part number, but I do not believe this was. I'm suspect that this was actually a Dell part. Uh-oh. And I have a error in OBS. YouTube is not. Hold on. Oh, YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Okay, well, I have no idea what that's about. Oh, my bitrate must have dropped. Yeah, it's like a red shirt, as in, yeah, the red shirts in Star Trek, yes. I'm really not... I can't believe that Dell would sell something like this. Because the evidence is not adding up. That it looks like a SIBA part number. This box does not say SIBA. Yeah, did Dell actually sell something like this? Anyways, I bought it. I bought the last one that was on Amazon. So if you go to the product page, it'll tell you that I don't think there's any more. So I'll be testing this at some point, but not tonight because I don't feel like dragging a PCI computer over here and finding 4 compact flash cards to probably prove exactly why you shouldn't buy one of these, and I'll probably end up sending it back because it's probably going to be junk. I mean, it does at least have a silicon image chip on it. I mean, it might work, but anyways, the why just why thread, it had me wondering, and well, I bought one. So, in the name of science, I will probably regret that. Oh, hi, K-Mac Vintage Will. Welcome. All right, let's see here. The next potential regret. Oh. Okay, well, this, I'm just going to go through all the packages that came today. I think this one's actually just a standard, just your standard run-of-the-mill eBay purchase that they put packing peanuts in a bubble wrap mailer and yeah, this one's not a potential regret. This is just some Molex power splitters. I got them off eBay, the place where I usually buy things I later regret, because this company was selling like new old stock, actual nice thick gauge wire, blah 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 ones. So these are just parts I needed. We'll just call that the... Sometimes I buy the generic passive things on eBay. And again, this also came from Global Tech Geeks. And you'll probably see why this... I don't think they put packing peanuts in this one. But yeah. Yeah, these are just some Molex to Berg adapters. And unfortunately, those kind of look like the cheap ones I hate. But maybe they're not. Well, okay. I may regret those. Oh, Jesse says adapters blow up. Yeah. All right. So the next actual potential regret item here is something Gut Bomb will be interested to know arrived. I mean, first of all, I'm somewhat concerned about the condition of the item in here, because this isn't exactly something I would have shipped in a folded over bubble wrap mailer. Second of all, this will make it harder for me to make sure I don't accidentally show the mailing label. Alright, hold please. Well, if I was going to try to reuse that... they kind of made it difficult. Alright. And we have more bubble wrap. At least they put it in an anti-static bag. Alright. So, you're there somewhere, Gut Bomb. I have the next piece of the build I'm going to do at some point when I get all the parts. It is the Mad Dog Multimedia video card. Look at that bling there. I have no idea which video card it actually is. I cannot read the label in the back to even guess. It's like some NVIDIA card. Anyways, it has DVI on it, which is why I went for this one. So, yeah, and the gold blingy fan that's probably going to be really loud and annoying. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, at least they tried. Which, actually, these will go nice with... Oh, yeah, I don't think I've shown them yet, because I think they came in this weekend, but... Anyone know why the Reactive Micro Store is down? I don't know. Anyways, I got 2 of these, Gut Bomb. Mad Dog Techie Toys. These are the rounded IDE cables. So I got 2 of these as well. Alright, and then the final... Alright, well, let me set this box over to the side, because I may need it for my possible Amazon return. And then finally, I have a Creative Labs CT1770 sound card with the ASP chip. I'm delaying for dramatic effect and for someone to state the obvious in the chat. Yes, you're probably thinking to yourself, that isn't a Creative Labs CT1770 sound card with an ASP chip in it, Justin. And, well, you would be correct. I just about went ballistic when I saw this in the box. Well, actually, the card that I had bought, the Creative Labs card that I'd bought also didn't have a bracket on it, but I had bought that card because it had the ASP chip in it. Yeah, I know, yeah, you can see every reason why I just about went ballistic when I saw this. This is an Aztec something or other. I mean, on the one hand, it does have SCSI on it. But, no, this is actually, once I realized what the seller did, and unfortunately I can't show you the packing slip, which would tell you exactly what happened. Oh, no, I'm not keeping this card. The problem is, the packing slip matches this card. It's an Aztec Sound Galaxy NX Pro sound card, I believe. And like the Creative Labs CT1770, it has SCSI, and like the one I'd bought, it doesn't have a bracket. This is like the weirdest thing. No, the problem is the seller apparently the seller sold 2 sound cards on the same day and got the shipping labels mixed up. So, as I said, this packing slip here actually matches this sound card. The problem is, the ship to address on this packing slip is not mine. It is not my address on this packet. Once I actually pulled this out of the box and looked at it and saw that the sound card mentioned on it was what was in my hand, I was like, wait a minute. I know I ordered a Creative Labs, and then I looked at the name. I'm like, yeah, I believe you jammed the shipping labels on the wrong two boxes. But still, I was not really that happy when I saw that. But yeah, the shipping label actually has my name on it. So I have contacted the eBay seller. I did contact the eBay seller. I was fearing the worst because they didn't reply immediately, but I realized people have lives. And I'm not sure he replied the way I would have, because he starts off saying that, well, I mean, okay, he starts off apologizing. I'm sorry. I like to make sure buyers are happy. I'm sorry for the mix up. But the one thing he put in his reply was, he says, yeah, the other buyer's really enjoying their sound card. I'm like, come on! Like, I don't need to know that the other buyer's enjoying their sound card. I was like, yeah, just shove the knife in my side at that point and rub it in. Sorry. I'm like, no. Like, probably the one mistake they made. No, don't tell me that part. I don't want to know that. Yeah, I know. Of course, the other buyers. I mean, of course they're enjoying an actual Creative Labs card instead of this. Because actually, the Creative card didn't have any bent pins on the SCSI header. So, yeah, of course they're enjoying the card. Yeah, Frank S says, salt, wound, rub vigorously. Retro Techie, you got my card. Eric says, yeah, at my expense. Yeah. They're enjoying my sound card. Yeah. Jim's retro stuff. Yeah. Okay. So it's like, okay, so I wish the seller hadn't put that. I may, after it's all done, I may just like kindly point out next time you might not want to mention that one thing. Okay. They're going to try to make it right, though. So he's like, okay, well, I can contact the other buyer and see if they'd be willing to return the sound card. Or I can potentially offer you another Creative Lab sound card that has a bracket on it. So I thought about it for a moment. I was like, well, I really wanted the ASP chip because I had recently bought a Creative Lab CT1770 sound card that had the bracket, and it doesn't have the DSP with the hanging note bug, and it had the empty ASP socket on it. And I was like, I know there's only one game that uses that ASP chip, but I'd really kind of like to have it just so I could see if it was really worth it. But I got to thinking, I was like, I really could use another Creative Lab sound card. He's offering me one with the bracket. Let me at least see what he's going to offer me. I was like, okay, I'll keep my mind open. I did, though, in my reply, let him know I had bought the one you had because it had the ASP chip in it. Because I really wanted to make sure he knew that there was something special about the card, and that was why I bought it. So that he knew, and he replied back. He's like, okay, well, I've got this CT 1740. I've tested it. It works, and it has the bracket on it, and there's no rust on the bracket. And he sent me pictures of the card. And I looked at it, and I thought about it for a moment. He's like, okay, it doesn't have the ASP chip, though, but I look at it, I'm like, okay, this sound card that he's offering me is in really good condition. I could use a CT 1740 because I've got a computer that's not liking some of the third-party cards I'm trying to put in it. It's got the bracket, which is going to make it easy to install. The bracket's not rusty. It's an actual Creative card. It's got jumpers on it. I looked up what those are going for on eBay, and they're going for more than I paid for the 1770. which I was basically buying for the ASP chip. I was like, okay. I was thinking to myself, I might regret this, but I accepted his offer. So, anyways, it'll work out. I thought it was a mutually acceptable counter to, because I know that other buyer's not going to send him that card back. So I was like, but he's offering me a better card. I'll actually have a sound card to put in my 286. I won't have the ASP chip, but at least I'll have a sound card I can put in my 286 that's like being really picky over third-party cards. So I think it'll work with the Creative Labs card. Anyways, yeah. I am waiting to see what he says about this other sound card. I'm suspecting potentially might want it back for some crazy reason. Probably because he'll relist it. But anyways, yeah. Okay, so we'll rate the Wheel of Regret score on that after I actually have the CT1740 in my hand. But I do know to not close the return until I have that replacement card in hand. I do know that is the one thing I cannot do, is close the return until I have that card in my hand. Because you get one return request with eBay. Actually, well, the CT1740 has something on it. I thought it was the CT1770 that had SCSI on it. Let me look it up. Maybe the CT1740 also has SCSI on it. I mean, I looked at the card picture really quickly. I saw that it did have a single CD-ROM drive header on it, so I knew it was either going to be IDE or SCSI in most likely. That really didn't matter to me that much, because... Oh, actually, it might be Panasonic. Which is fine. Totally fine. I mean, I wasn't planning on using the CD-ROM interface on it anyways. Okay, so I think it'll have a Panasonic interface on it. Not the end of the world. But, yeah, eBay regret with a twist. Yeah, it's the 1770 that has SCSI, and I have one of those cards. I showed it off last week. It might actually be on my workbench still if I look here real quick. At some point, because I was going to put it in the... Assuming I got that 486 board last Thursday to work, I was actually going to put this card in. But yeah, I actually do have I have the 1770. See, this is the first one I bought. It actually has the bracket. It has a DSP without the hanging note bug. It's got SCSI. But, I mean, I saw this empty socket. I found that second 1770 on eBay. I looked at what they wanted for it, and I was like, you know, it's only good in one game, because there's only one game that came out that uses it. But, you know, I'd kind of like to have it to see how it sounded. Oh, and some bundled software. But, oh, well, maybe it actually is SCSI. Oh, hold please. Let me, Oh, you have that card. Okay. Okay. Jeremy's saying he has that card. But yeah, that particular card I bought on eBay. And it was a gamble. I couldn't see what the DSP chip said on it. So it was kind of a gamble as to whether or not it would have the hanging note bug. But I paid like... Okay, I paid $50 for that one I just showed you. I'd paid $45 for the one I was going to... I wanted for the ASP chip. So basically, I'll have a 1740 for $45. They normally go for like 60 to $70. So I was like, okay, it's still a card I can use. I'm looking at the picture of the one he sent me now. I was at work when I got it, so I didn't actually carefully look at what the port was labeled, but Yeah, that might act. Okay, that may be a Panasonic, but that's fine. It's a 1740. It's a. It actually has jumpers on it. I'll be able to use it in a 286 very easily. So yeah, it'll be a good card. All right, but now, oh hey Adam. Adam says, oh, and we have Ryan too. Hi Ryan. Hi Adam. Adam likes computers that come with sound built in. Oh, Jeremy says, I got lucky. My dad gave me mine for free out of his quote junk. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, speaking of Wheel of Regrets and potential junk, it did make a slightly weird noise when I picked it up off the porch and brought it inside. Also, I do need to redact my address here real quick. You're probably thinking, well, how much tape does it take to redact your address? And well, I'm also covering up the tracking label too. There we go. All right, and now I have what I certainly hope is not a Proctor Silex microwave. Because if this is a Proctor Silex microwave, well, you all will still have a chance to see me go ballistic over an online purchase. Ryan says, guess what came in the 386 I picked up today? Oh, Ryan. I'm proud of you, Ryan. It's only probably like the 27 millionth Trident video card that you've either heard of, seen, held, or given away. I'm pretty sure it's a Trident video card. Now, of course, the question is, which one, and does it work? Adam McG says, I want a microwave. Well, Adam, if this is a microwave, I might just have to slap your address on it and send it to you. Although, if it's a microwave, I overpaid for it. If it's as described, then I probably got a decent deal. Really? Ryan got an ATI VGA card. Nice. Frank S. says, if this is a microwave, it will be an epic regret. Jesse says, Chef Mike. All right. Well, the first thing I see is there's bubble wrap. I'm glad the seller put bubble wrap around it. I was fearing they were going to simply chuck it in the box. Seeing that there's bubble wrap in it does make me think there's a slightly higher chance this actually survived. Oh, and I thought he said the power cord wasn't included. Oh. Well, the power cord was included, but it is the wrong one. So, yeah. Thanks. Oh, but I do have a mouse. Wait a minute. I have a Mouse Systems A+ little mouse. It's an optical mouse, and I bet that means it needs one of those fancy mouse pads. Alright, we may have to test this, but this should be a clue as to... I presume this is the correct mouse, because it is a Mouse Systems mouse. And I'm hoping A+ is like, means it... Oh, it has a single mouse button on it. Okay. That's all I needed to see. It's a single mouse button. Adam McG says, I already know what's in there. I can help you make it into a microwave. Okay. Well, actually, if you read the video description, I probably spoiled the beef. I probably spoiled it in the video description if you read it. Actually, I think it's in the title of the live stream. Okay, I am zoomed out as far as I can. So, all right. So I'm going to open this front pocket here to see if there's anything in it. And there's nothing in it. Ah, bummer. I was hoping there would be like some surprise in it. So we'll go to the main pocket. Adam McGee says he has the weird mouse pads that work with those. Adam McGee says a bag of regret. All right. I don't want to show this to you because this is bad. This is bad. We might need to take a moment of silence for this computer because, well, the keyboard may have survived shipping because it had this rubber keyboard protector over it. I do believe the Macintosh Plus is yeah, let me all right, this is the point at where I need to start taking pictures because this is return. Grounds for return. All right. In fact, I'm actually quite honestly I'm going to be surprised if the CRT survived shipping. Okay. Actually, I'm trying to. Is this thing even stable enough for me to pick it up like this? Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. Oh boy. Well, okay, well, the good news is I didn't get a box of cinder blocks. I didn't get a box of phone books. The bad news is, yeah, Gut Bomb went to get a snack at the big moment. The bad news is, I don't even think I would be able to use this for some parts because I think the analog board is. Oh. I think the analog board took impact damage. This is oh. Yeah, the battery holder is. Yeah, this is bad. Ryan says just red green lots of duct tape. All right. Hold please while I report the all right. Yeah, it needed 10 times the packaging. All right. Okay. So I guess I need to immediately report the problem with Mercari because it appears as if this Mac Plus had a rapid unscheduled disassembly appointment. I was afraid of this. And um Adam says, yeah, I'm trying to think here because the thing I paid. All right, so here's the deal. I paid $80 for this plus tax. It has a keyboard with it. I do not know if the keyboard works. Although the keyboard has a chip out of the corner of it now that I look at it, but although given the condition of the rest of the Mac, it's probably lucky that that's like all that's wrong with the keyboard. And that piece of plastic is probably somewhere in the bag. I can attempt to see if I can manage to test that. But the thing is, I was kind of hoping to get a Mac Plus or at least some parts from it, and it looks like it took a great big huge impact on this corner. So I wouldn't be surprised if this analog board is like cracked. So I'm unfortunately, smacked on the side. Yeah, needed 10 times the packaging. Jeremy's asking to DM him if the return process doesn't work out. Well, I have no idea. This Mac Plus is in such bad shape. I'm not trying to ship it anywhere other than if it's a return. Joe says I don't have enough time to fix the damage that bad. Sad Mac says you might be able to get parts off the board, but that's probably about it. Ryan says $10 says they'll tell you to keep it. Adam says Mercari requires a return for refund. I've been through this with them. Retro Techie says, I bet you wish now it was a microwave. Yeah. No, I don't. A microwave, yeah. Mercari's going to require a Yeah, this is like one of those. All right. Let me take a peek in here. Thought I saw something in here, but no, I think I just saw the metal frame. No, that's definitely just a Mac Plus logic board down in there. I don't see anything attached to it. It's like maybe there's like something on the logic board that would make it worth it. Well, I mean, it's got a floppy drive in it, obviously. I don't see any signs of an expansion card on it. I can see straight down into it. I am somewhat concerned about the end of the neck. All right. I will leave it to the chat as to whether there's enough to salvage out of this to make it worth $80. I mean, the keyboard might make it worth it. All right. Let's see what's in here that might be okay. No, I am not plugging this in. There are some things that money can buy, but enough air fresheners to make my basement pleasant for the next 2 weeks after plugging something like this in full send. Um, I don't think there's enough money in the world to pay for them. Because if the keyboard works, that's like worth something. I don't know that the keyboard's worth $80, but it might be. I mean, maybe the keyboard is worth the $80, but I was hoping to get a little bit more out of this than just a keyboard. I mean, I've got the bag, and the bag looks pretty cool. It's kind of one of my quandaries. I mean, the bag does look really cool. I mean, it could use a little bit of cleaning. I'm torn. Maybe I will end up keeping it, but scorching the seller with a abysmal feedback. Adam's asking if there's a dot on the screen. Gutbomb says the logic board is likely fine. No, I'm going to have to show you the analog board. I have better things to do during the daytime than try to power this thing up as is without inspecting it. All right, hold on. I'm going through the chat as fast as I can. All right. Adam's asking if there's a dot in the center of the screen. Well, I don't see one. I mean, the screen is not in perfect condition. I don't see a dot on the screen, so maybe it survived. I don't know if I can ask for a partial refund on Mercari. I think it might be an all or nothing. All right. Let me open this up, because actually the analog board does not, the analog board has issues. The battery holder is, like, loose. Okay, Adam says it doesn't look necked. Unfortunately, a spare logic board's not what I really needed. Spare analog board, though, I kind of need. All right. Let me open this up. Let me see what the analog board looks like. If I can salvage the analog board, then maybe it's still worth $80 to me, and we'll pull something on the bench that's not in such sad shape. But I do need to find correct. I do need to find my correct bit for opening these up. So if you hold on just one moment, it's been several months since I last opened a compact Mac up. So there we go. Here it is. All right. We'll open it up. 3D print a new case. Well, if you can convince a 3D printer manufacturer to sponsor that video, or at least a 3D filament company to sponsor that video, because that's going to go through a lot of filament, then I will 3D print a new case for it. Make a new case out of it. MacFX does not make a Mac Plus case. I know, this is like, okay. I know I've gone over my rules of vintage computing. I don't like making vintage computers into something they weren't. However, this case is trash and quite very unusable in its current state. So, well, that right there is one of my exceptions. If it is like completely unusable in its original state, then, well, MacFX charges $300 for a case, though. That's actually not the value I want. Okay. Okay, Adam says he can send me a spare case if I end up with all good parts otherwise. Okay. Well, tell you what. All right. I have an offer on the table for a spare case. Thank you, Adam, for the offer. All right, let me find the handle for my screwdriver bit, which is probably in some silly part of my house because I was probably fixing something upstairs when I last used it. Oh, wait, I know where there's another. Okay. Yeah, Ryan has everything is broken garage, but sometimes I think I have everything is breaking house because this past week I found something else breaking in my house. It's always fun when ceiling fans that are like 11 to 12 feet up in the air have their ceiling fan blades start to delaminate. I was like, all right, well, I guess I get to add a ceiling fan to my list of things I get to fix in the house, and probably in this case by fix it's going to be a replace because it's one of those weird fans that uses designer blades and it's a discontinued design, so I doubt I'm gonna be able to buy replacement blades. Justin's Breaking Bad. Bruce says, now that's a good looking Mac Plus. Funny, Bruce. Yeah, it's this is what happens. This is what happens when your Macintosh gets all of the viruses at once. Actually, this is what happens when a Mercari seller puts one layer of bubble wrap over the carrying bag and hands it to United Parcel Service, otherwise known as Oops. Oh, I should probably pull up the listing for this thing. This thing looked really nice before it was shipped. All right, we'll see you later, Adam. I'll let you know. Hey, Chris, Smacintosh, yeah. Yep, this is all on UPS. It's a Mac Plus Air, yeah. Alright, I got one screw out. This other screw, I have a feeling... Oh, I have a feeling the... I bet the standoff is broken off of the case, so... United Parcel Smashers, yeah. The Extra Ventilation Edition Mac Plus, yes. And the thing is, there's... Well, I mean, at least the keyboard survived. Alright, I'm pretty sure the other screw is attached to a standoff that is broken off the case. Alright, so we got the moment of truth. Well, I guess United Parcel Smashers just destroyed my Steve Jobs rare signatures on the back of the case edition that is on the rest of them too. Alright. There we go. We got a mystery piece of metal. I'm just going to try to... We've got a piece of plastic. The battery holder has broken. Although it looks like it's just the plastic tabs on it. The analog board might actually be okay. I'm probably going to have to pull it out. I should probably discharge this because safety. I mean, I really don't know how it could still have a charge considering it took several days to get here, but I'd probably better do the the safe thing and give you the high voltages exist inside. I'm a trained professional, or at least I've had high voltage training for my day job. I know what to touch and what not to touch. And if I can find my clip lead, I'm going to discharge this probably not charged CRT because the seller shipped this thing last, like, Wednesday, I think it was. And I don't think there's really any way this could have held a charge that long, even if the discharge resistor is, like, broken. But anyways, let me see if I can find the clip lead and discharge it, just because I do need to be an example. But yeah, there's the disclaimer. If you don't feel comfortable working around high voltages, or you don't know what you're doing, then ask someone that's comfortable with high voltages or knows what they're doing. Yeah, Macintosh Pro shipped by Sumo Brothers. And no, there's no fun upgrades on the logic board. Oh well. Well, at least it's got the shield on the bottom of it. All right. I'm still trying to find a clip lead. Here we go. I found a clip lead. Now, of course, the question is, does it still have a clip on the other side? All right. I believe the answer is yes, because it's gotten stuck between my two workbenches and I can't pull it out. So I think it has a clip on it still. All right, let me go see if I can unwedge it. Oh, here we go. All right, there we go. All right. Yep, CRT is a giant capacitor. I don't think there's any way it could be holding a charge this long, but I'm going to err on the side of caution. All right. Let me find a spudger. Non-plastic tweezers will work. Let me lift the anode cap up. I need to get an actual high voltage probe. The dielectric grease that is currently on this is... All right. And... All right. There was no pop, no zap, no spark, no arc, no nothing. As I suspected. Totally discharged. All right. So I'm going to very carefully remove this. Because I want to pull the analog board out. Actually, let me remove it from this side first. Actually, no, that's not going to... All right, this is the... Oh, hey Garth, yeah. United Package Smashers. Okay, well, I mean, it does look like the tube is actually intact, so maybe we're good here. Okay, that's a relief. The seller did not pack it well. The seller packed it the exact opposite of well. All right, if I can get this off, I want to pull the analog board out. I want to make sure it's not like cracked. All right. Yeah, don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe and turn on notifications. You don't want to miss the continuing sagas of Wheel of Regrets. This one is currently rated at Super Smash Brothers, aka I was afraid the seller wasn't going to put enough packing material in the box. I don't know. Maybe I should have said something, but oh well. The other standoff for the top screw came out. Is no longer attached. All right. I guess I should. Okay, so it looks like I have a CRT tube that is still vacuum sealed. I didn't see any signs of screen burn on it. I have an analog board that, as soon as I can actually get it to. Let me see if I can take the screws out. Maybe it'll. If I can get it out, I want to inspect its condition. Sad Mac wants to know more about the video card with a password. Well, smash that like button. And maybe, just maybe, I might be convinced to take a minute. Jeremy says, current rating on this purchase, negative infinity. Yeah. The seller, at the moment, I am feeling quite generous in giving the seller a 1-star rating, because I think that's actually the least I can do. The thing is, I bought this on Mercari, and Adam already told me that on Mercari, it's like if it's your choices are like full refund or no return. Mercari apparently doesn't have the concept of a partial refund, because so this is like, I am trying to see if there's enough value still here for me to not return at all, because it had the keyboard. Although Adam, oh well, actually it looks like one of the battery terminals was corroded, so maybe this analog board's not like cracked down the middle somewhere, because unfortunately the impact was on this corner, so that's exactly where I was concerned the PCB might actually be physically cracked. Although it does look like it might actually be in okay shape. Let me remove the thing on the back. It arrived in a timely manner, but not in one piece. Yeah. Actually, can I reach out to the seller directly? I can try. I'll look up what Mercari allows buyers to do. I don't want to. Not that I've really found much on Mercari these days, because I think more people are using it, and seems like more of the better stuff gets put on eBay. But well, actually, the analog board does look like, even though the Mac took an impact on this back corner, the battery holder plastic broke. I don't see any signs that the analog the PCB itself took physical damage, which was my main concern, because that's not to say that the flyback might not need reflowed, because it probably should be reflowed, but okay, I don't think the analog board took physical damage, so maybe I still might be able to make something useful out of this. Okay. Alright, there's that. Alright, we also have a floppy drive and the analog board. Yeah, the value is really up to the seller, yes. Well, I kind of used Steve's price guide to give it a... I don't have time to build a wooden case for this, although that is a quite tempting idea. I don't have time to build a wood case. Alright, well, the logic board appears to be... I mean, I don't think it took damage. I don't know how much RAM's on it. Trying to spot the resistor. Alright. Where's the RAM size resistor? Oh, you know, this might actually be just a 1 megabyte Mac Plus. Maybe that's why. Or C10, or maybe it's, or it might be 4 megabytes. I thought there was like a jumper on here you had to cut, but I don't see. Oh, here they are. Okay, I see them. They're up. They're up in this corner. I thought they were. I thought they were down here, but they're here. Okay, so the 256K bit jumper has been cut, and the one row one is missing. So, oh, that's probably 4 megabytes. They have case made of nothing but Bondo. I think I'll just take Adam up on his offer to send me a shell. That would be quicker and easier. All right, well, we have a Mac Plus logic board. It looks like it might have survived shipping. We have a CRT that looks like it survived shipping. We have a floppy drive that I'd be surprised if it didn't survive shipping, although I'd be surprised if it ejected disks. Of course, now we have the all-important question, does that keyboard work? And that will actually require me to power up one of these Macs. Alright. Let me see if I can get, like, some of these plastic bits. Actually, I will never get all these plastic bits out. Alright, let me check this Mac Plus analog board for the dreaded RIFA caps. I'm not too worried about the battery holder being loose. I do fear the RIFA caps. And actually, I believe this Mac Plus analog board is certified cruelty-free. And by certified cruelty-free Mac Plus analog board, I mean there'll be no cruelty to my lungs having to smell RIFA smoke for the next 2 weeks. Because I don't see a RIFA cap on here. All right, all right, all right. We'll plug it in carefully. I mean, I would really. All right, I'll plug it in. I'll. All right. Guess that's probably the only way to know that it works. I guess at this point there's probably little downside because I'm not gonna have a reefa go. I mean, that's not to say that I won't have like something else go on it, but the thing is, I have a Mac Plus and I have a Mac 512K. So this would actually be my second Mac Plus. The reason why I bought it is because my the Mac Plus and the Mac 512K that I had, they both have analog board problems. I've already recapped one of the two of them, and that did not fix the analog board problems. Yes, I'm very carefully shaking the loose plastic out because I want to make sure everything fits correctly. Yeah, this case is all right. The engagement question for the stream is guess how many pieces of beige plastic that I now will find on my workbench and on the floor and in the bag and in the box and on my porch. And the person that comes to the closest number, assuming I actually have a number of pieces I can count, well, I'll clap when I see your number. Sad Max says, I mean, at least stuck it in a box, but basically, yeah. No, the seller stuck it in the bag, so it came with this. Don't worry, that was a worthless computer I just knocked over. Um, it came in this lovely '80s carrying bag, possibly early '90s. It might actually be for like a later compact Mac, but this is definitely a vintage bag in good shape. But yeah, they threw it in that bag, and then they put a layer of the big bubble wrap over that, and then threw it in a box that was for a microwave oven. And then I guess they set the microwave oven box for like 10 G's or something like that, and then took it to the UPS store to drop it off. I would say that I don't think I didn't know that microwave ovens had like G ratings, but apparently whatever microwave oven box they put this one in, well, they told it to like um they told the microwave oven box to like, actually I'm concerned that maybe it was actually a blender that was disguised as a microwave oven box. I think they told it to pulverize, but didn't hold the button down long enough. Actually, I think the seller wanted a quick couple dollars and didn't bother to consider how they might pack it to make sure it arrives from Texas to. Oh, I should actually be glad that it only came from Texas because I think another couple days in transit, and I think it would have been completely decimated. So I should probably be glad it only had to come from Texas. Although, then again, I'm sure there's some of you out there that are like, well, they say everything's bigger in Texas, so doesn't that mean the drops by the UPS driver are bigger in Texas? And I'd have to say, well, you're not wrong. All right. Let me, just to make sure that the analog board doesn't fall over. Not that I think it's going to. But since the analog board may, I think it does ground through some of the screws, I am going to at least put a couple of the screws back in. Just to make sure everything's grounded. All right. So definitely do not do what I am doing here because I do not have the side shield on the analog board. Trained professional, closed basement, do not attempt. Set this on the safety cardboard box so that I make sure that it's not going to short on anything. All right, so this plug is not live. That means when I throw this switch, it is not going to be live because I am going to use my phone to turn on the smart switch. What is everyone telling me to ground that I've already grounded? I think I've already grounded it. The tube is grounded, yes. I did not remove the ground on the top. The tube is still grounded. Yes, the tube is grounded. That is one of the things I never took it off. I found another way instead of removing it because I knew that that could be a problem. All right. Potential fire in the hole in 3, 2, 1. I can't believe it just beeped. All right. Oh, wait a minute. I got an image on the screen that I can't show you because I'm crackly now. Well, the floppy drive is okay, the floppy drive is definitely not happy. Because I think the gear is probably borked. Alright, let me find my GoTech. Oh wait, my GoTech's gonna have Apple II firmware on it. Where did I put my GoTech? Oh, where is my GoTech? Oh, now I need to find. Alright, got the GoTech. Let me see if my adapter's here. Yeah, gear cheese. I'll have to. Yeah, this was one tough Mac. I know you all are so disappointed that it didn't like halt and catch fire, and well, and all I have to say on that is UPS didn't try hard enough. Also, it looks like I might actually have an analog board that I might be able to get something up and running with. Alright, I'm trying to find my Gotek adapter. I'm going to try to make it boot. But I prefer to... Well, first of all, I got to change firmware that's on it. There we go. Alright. Let me shuffle some files around here real quick. Alright. Let's see here. Firmware. Oh, alright. Let me... Hold, please. I need to... My Floppy Emu currently has Apple II firmware on it. I need to put Macintosh firmware on it. Which probably means I actually need to go download that. Alright. Alright. Floppy Emu. Of course, I might still be... Well, we'll see if the Floppy Emu is going to cooperate with a Mac. Because I had... having trouble using this with the Apple II for some reason. I kept forgetting to contact Big Mess of Wires to get their opinion. Alright. Oh, let's see here. Volume. Bin. There we go. Checked. I see someone has sent me Discord message. Oh, Ryan sent me a picture of the card. It was in his 386. Oh, that's a nice card, Ryan. I don't know what it is, but actually to find that in your latest retro purchase, that's actually not a bad find. It's probably better than some of the Cirrus Logic cards. Alright, I don't know what I did with my Floppy Emu adapter, so I'm just gonna, very carefully plug this into the onboard floppy port, I guess. Just probably just as well the internal floppy drive is experiencing Swiss cheese gears. And yes, notice I am keeping my hands well away from all potential sources of high voltage. And it's very awkward to do sideways. I'll get back to the chat momentarily as soon as I get this cable plugged in. There we go. All right. Hey, Rudy. All right, so let me turn this back on so that I can oh, hold on. Update the bootloader. All right. And let me see if I can find any way to me see if I still have whatchamacallit on here. Macintosh stuff, utilities. Snooper emergency disk, will that work? And we're booting. All right, let me see if I still have like that droid cam on my phone so I can at least show you what the screen looks like in the most shakiest way possible. All right. Let's see here. 10.1. And I'm purposely reading the IP address wrong so that you can't connect to my network. Also, I'm purposely reading it wrong so that I can't connect to my own network. I'm actually not trying to read it wrong. All right, come on, connect. Connect. Oh, hold on. Oh, that's right. There we go. All right. There we go. Look at that. UPS might have done their worst. United Parcel Smashers. There we go. That's broken. There's the like pile of plastic and bits and whatnot. There's the top of the case. All right. I do need to like turn this off so that I can plug the keyboard in. Uh-oh, there's no such thing as Boston pizza. I have some work to do. Well, all right. So I am hoping this is an actual keyboard cable. I guess I can unplug both ends and check the pin out. It should be like, I think it should be pinned straight through if it's the real keyboard cable. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think this is the real keyboard cable here. All right. Got the keyboard. I need to. All right, let me see if by chance I have the mouse somewhere close by. Here we go. I've got a mouse. I don't. The mouse that came with this was a mouse systems one that needs a special mouse pad, and I don't have the special mouse pad. So, luckily, I do have an actual Apple mouse. All right. Oh, I just realized something. Sorry. one-person operation here. Unfortunately, I don't really have a way to, like, not handhold this, so it's going to get awkward to try to use this, but alright. Alright, well, at least the mouse that I knew works. Alright, let's see if I can start tests. I think the graphical anomalies on the top of the screen are due to Snooper running the memory test. I do not believe it'll say hello, at least not using this boot disk. I'll have to find one that has Macintosh on it. Fun fact, when Apple demoed the original Mac 128K and it spoke, the Mac that spoke had 512K of RAM in it. I don't think the screen has any burn-in. It looks great. Even if UPS tortured it in shipping. Quite possibly in violation of the Geneva Convention. Okay, I should probably plug something SCSI in and run that test. Okay, I don't have a printer plugged in. I don't have a loop back either. I don't have one of Ron's video devices, or I would use it. I think I'm waiting to get one that'll actually just plug in and give me something that'll, like, plug in between the signals, then not have to do silly wiring shenanigans. I will 3D print one of Gutbomb's battery replacements for this analog board, because, well, I kind of have to. Well, I guess I have to say, despite UPS's worst intentions, well, it lives. Oh, thank you. Apparently, I will have one of Ron's video devices soon. Awesome. Sometimes I have to prioritize Mac Pluses that barely survive shipping over top of cool add-ons. Excellent. Oh, I have I have an RGB to HDMI on standby, so that's not a problem. It'll take me a moment to find it, but yeah, I got an RGB to HDMI that I got when they were in stock, because those like to go out of stock, so I grabbed one when I saw they were in stock. Excellent. All right, it looks like it ran through all its tests. Whoops. It would probably help if I press the right keys. Excellent. Okay, I hit Command Q on the keyboard. That's a good sign. All right, let me put in another disk. Oops, that's not. Oh, apparently doesn't like that disk image either. All right, well, that's fun. Be that way, Mac Plus. Come on, I know you're going to boot something here. Um. Oh, thank you, Gut Bomb. That'll help expedite the battery conversion. Because actually, I have the battery holders. Oh, what am I up to? Well, I bought this Mac Plus on Mercari, and it arrived damaged, but it looks like electronically it's okay. Well, I just booted system 608. I mean, quite honestly, this CRT looks like really nice. Probably can turn the brightness down a little, actually. There we go. That's probably a better brightness arrangement. I mean, there's a few marks on the front of the CRT, but they might actually clean off with glass cleaner. So, yeah. Anyways, so analog board survived. I don't think my phone's going to focus that closely, but I mean, I don't know that it needs recapped. It seems like it's working totally fine, so I may spare it that. But anyways, there we go. Just a plain old Apple II or Mac Plus. Yeah, it's a true survivor, that's for sure. All right, well, I guess I'll go ahead and shut it down and. All right. I'll let that self discharge. Hold on. Where's my mouse? There we go. All right. Yeah, I don't think there's really much I need to do to this other than let the seller know that luckily I wanted it for the keyboard and the keyboard survived intact. Other than a little itty bit of plastic missing from it, but it's probably down in the bag. Yeah, I'll as soon as I let this have a moment to discharge, I will set this Mac Plus to the side and I'll pull the case top back on the bench so you can see exactly what it went through and seemingly survived. And here I was. I thought I was going to have a electrical repair stream potentially, and instead I had a regretful unboxing stream, but the thing survived. Awesome. Yeah, I'll keep it. Because the thing is, given how well this thing works, if I return it, it's not going to work. There's no way this thing would survive return shipping. Was it insured? It should have had $100 insurance. However, UPS probably would deny the claim. It was improperly packaged. The best case scenario, I'm going to send photos to the seller, and I'll message the seller, assuming this isn't violating Mercari's policy. I will message the seller. I will send them pictures of the way it arrived, and we'll see if I can't get like a little bit back. And more importantly, if they have more of these, maybe they will not completely neglect it like they did this one, because I'm a nice guy, and at least I was buying this because I wanted an analog board. Quite honestly, I figured if I had the case and the keyboard and the analog board, because the thing is, I think I have 2 spare Mac Plus boards. I didn't really need another Mac Plus logic board. But I was like, okay, well, if I have an entire working Mac, that's one thing. Because then that gives me a Mac I can set up for like one that maybe I do an internal Blue Scuzzy mod to, and one that I don't. Hint. So I probably will take, I will take Adam up on his offer to send me a replacement shell, because I basically have a working Mac Plus here, minus a shell, because the shell is irreparable. It could be a museum piece. Yeah, so I'll take Adam up on his offer to send me a replacement shell. I will then have a working Mac Plus, which might also let me figure out what's wrong with my other Mac Plus analog board, because at least I have an analog board that's actually working that maybe I can compare against. So, yeah. But I'll contact the seller and let them know that they royally messed up on their packing. And the keyboard works, so it even has, I didn't know which keyboard it was, although I suspected it had the numeric keypad, given how long it was in the picture, because it was sticking out of the top of the bag. So yeah. Retro Techie thinks it still looked great in a cardboard box. Oh, you are funny, Retro Techie. And would that be a Timmy Hortons box that would look good in, or a Dunkin' Donuts box? Hashtag shots fired. Love you, Retro Techie. Oh, I should probably stop Droid Cam before my cell phone battery up and drains to nothing. There we go. All right. Naturally, I know the answer for Canadians would be it's obviously has to be a Tim Hortons box, and I would agree. A Tim Hortons box would look way better than the case that this was in. Oh, you all don't have Dunkin' anymore. Well, that's just too bad. And that was sarcastic. Because quite honestly, last time I went to Dunkin' Donuts, I was highly disappointed and regretted the donut I had. I thought if you were Dunkin' Donuts, your donut would be good. For example, I thought if you ordered a maple donut from Dunkin' Donuts, that it would actually have maple frosting on it. Not that I needed that sugar, but I wanted a little treat. And there was hardly any maple frosting on that thing. It was just sad. I don't really drink Dunkin'. Yeah, I think last time I had Dunkin' coffee, yeah, you're right, Jeremy. It was like I mean, Starbucks is dark roast, but yeah, you're right. Now that I think about it, last time I had Dunkin' coffee, it was burned. It tasted burned. Yeah. Gut Pump says, now if you want Boston food, Dunkin' Donuts is Boston. um, maybe the Boston Dunkin' Donuts actually are better than ones in Virginia. Although, funny story, VCF East last year, got to Brandon Bishop rode with us a couple times when we went to go out and eat and whatnot, and several times he was in the car and he was intently looking. He was like, "I don't see a Dunkin' Donuts anywhere." So then Chris is taking me to my motel room, and we passed 2 Dunkin' Donuts. Oh, Bob says, no, it's still terrible here, too. All right, so anyways, this is the Mac Plus case of sadness. This is just, this is awful. I guess at least the consolation prize is this ain't a low serial number, so it's not like the seller destroyed a particularly valuable serial number. So I guess there's that. But I think Steve Jobs might be If Steve Jobs were around, I think he might be disappointed because, oh, well, maybe his signature's not cracked. Okay. Where is Steve Jobs' signature? Oh, there it is. All right. Well, I guess Steve Jobs' signature. Oh, actually, that's wild. It looks like. Oh, okay. I guess the crack does go through one of the signatures, but I can't really read it. Yeah, I can't read that signature there. Maybe Garth might know because maybe to become an Apple employee, you had to memorize the signatures inside of a Mac Plus case. Yeah, I guess Steve Jobs' signature, assuming that's actually his signature, it survived intact. But whoever's this is, well, sorry, UPS cracked your signature. That sell the case to a Patreon member. This thing would not survive shipping. Although if that Patreon member was in Canada, well, I guess the customs would be cheap on this one. Um, and I mean, I guess the one good thing is the battery door did survive relatively intact. I mean, it's got a mark there on it, but what's to say that hasn't been there for a while? Says Garth Beagle. Hey, Adam. All right, Adam. I will take you up on your shell offer because this thing powered up, it chimed, it booted. The CRT display looks great. I don't think it needs recapped. It just worked. Even if the case looks like it went through World War UPS, because well, it did. So yeah, I'll take you up on your replacement shell offer. Declared value less than nothing. Yeah. The battery door survived though. I mean, it's got a little nick in it, but I'll definitely hold on to this. But yeah, and thanks in advance, Adam. But yes, yes, the Mac is worth putting back together because it works. I believe it is a platinum model. How would I tell for sure? Because it is yellowed. Oh wait, let me see. Is there a reliable place to look to see what color it is? Actually, I'm not sure it's platinum. I actually can't tell if it's platinum or not. Let me see if I can get the screw out of here. Because this standoff looks like it might be. Does it say Macintosh Plus on the front? Yes, it says Macintosh Plus on the front. Francois says Macintosh bumped on the front. uh, yeah, yeah. It says Macintosh Plus on the front. I can see it. Yes, I do need the front bezel as well because it is also cracked. Yes, UPS was an equal opportunity plastic smasher. Keyboard works though, fortunately. I don't know if the mouse system's mouse works because I don't have the mouse pad for it. But it is cool. I think it's actually a platinum colored one. Yeah, this case is going to go to one. Okay, cool, Adam. That sounds great. Thank you. Oh, and also, Adam, while I'm thinking of it, thank you for your Patreon upgrade. It's much appreciated. So, anyways, all right. Well, I will. I mean, I'm not going to. I won't get rid of this case. At least not the immediate future. In case it could be used to somehow, but I might try to practice removing the labels off of it, so that I could put a Twinkie drive in it. Yeah, I think I might try because I've got a Mac that I've transplanted into a case, and I would like to transfer the label off of it. So I will probably practice removing the label off this one to see if I can get it off cleanly. So this case that basically gave its life to protect the Macintosh valuable bits that were inside. It's sacrificed to the analog board and the CRT, and the logic board will not go unrecognized, and I will at least be able to use it to practice a few things before committing those things to actual real hardware that I care about. So I will but yes, I will use this so that I can practice things before I actually do them on real hardware, such as this might actually be a I could actually do silly things like I could actually try to retrobrate this as a practice. Because I guess at least one good thing is if I want to practice something like that and I'm afraid of ruining an actual real. Okay, this is weird. Why do I have 3? All right. Okay, now I'm scratching my head because as you might see, I have three screws here. And 2 of them belong to this case. Oh, I bet I have screws out of one of my other compact Macs, and I just found it. So, okay. Mystery solved, because I just realized one of these screws is. Yeah, okay. I must have just found a screw that I didn't realize I was missing out of a Mac. So I guess I'll have to be careful. So, alright. Wow, it's just a few minutes before 10. There's not really much I can do to this Mac Plus tonight. All right, let me put my thinking cap on for a moment to. Oh, there are 5 case screws. Oh, that's right. That's right. There's the one that. That's right. There's the one behind the battery door, but because the battery door was smashed in on this one, it was on a loose piece of plastic. Okay. You're right. It goes to this. It's just it was UPS put it out of place for me, so I didn't realize where it actually went. Okay. All right. I will I will put these screws somewhere safe. I will hold on to this case for now. It's good practice. Let me move this. Let me get this off my bench. And let me see if maybe I want to take a look at another compact Mac if I can remember which one I haven't looked at yet. Okay, I'm going to go to be right back real quick because I need to go run upstairs and then I'll catch up with the chat. And while I'm upstairs, I'm going to think about which Mac I want to pull on the bench. Assuming I want to pull a Mac on the bench because I have another idea too. All right, so I'll be back down in a few minutes. Apparently, I have gone silent, so no one can hear what I'm saying. All right, can you hear me now? I need to go run upstairs. I'm going to use the moment while I'm upstairs to think about what I want to pull in the bench, and then I'll be back. I'm trying to think, do I have a Mac I want to work on for the next 2 hours, or do I have something PC related I need to look at? Of course, Jack wanted to see that password protected video card. That's tempting. All right, let me put my thinking cap on. I'll be back down in a few minutes, and we'll get to that then. Oh no, Joe. Couldn't tell you why your head went to Steve's hold music. Oh, had some votes for the video. Yeah, I know. I figured you were. I should have known you were being silly. Wait, we got some votes for the video card. Huh. All right. Good night, Frank. Passwords. Passwords. Hmm. All right. Let me see if I got that video card handy, and if I do, well, we'll take a look at it instead. I can recap. Well, I mean, we can take a quick peek at it, and then I can go back, start looking at this monitor. All right, I just have to see if I've got the video card handy. All right. Hold, please. I gotta remember what I did with it. Or more accurately, what was I using to test it? Huh. What did I do with it? What did I do with it? All right. Okay, that's weird. All right. Ended up using. I'm trying to look for the motherboard I had to use to test because I had a issue with one of my motherboards. That's right. I pulled the Pentium motherboard on the workbench because I see the video card that was in it here. Where did the Pentium board go? Done. Oh, wait. I had it behind the bed. Nope, not there. Yeah, here I am. I missed the video card that has a password, and then I have to figure out where I set it for safekeeping. You will hold on one more moment. Oh, hold please. Maybe if I just look at my bench the other direction, the card will reveal itself. That, that. Oh, here it is. Found it. All right, found the card. What I get for mentioning something and then realize I wasn't ready to show it. Hi, Ron. Okay. I'll probably have to grab a board to test this in, but so if you saw that I posted a few shorts this weekend, here's the video card in question. Where's Ryan when you need him to see that I apparently bought a card to punish myself? Because this is one of those high quality Trident cards. But there's something weird about this card. And maybe we'll get to the bottom of the mystery tonight. Otherwise, I'm going to take it to the System Source repair workshop this weekend and see if anyone there has any ideas. But this is a Trident TVGA 8900B based video card. It has a megabyte of video memory. Luckily, they're Oki chips. The RAM DAC is on a daughter board, and I'm actually going to pull the daughter board off, making sure I'm recording in case anything happens. So this is the video BIOS. I think there's another BIOS chip under the RAM DAC. So we'll definitely dump the BIOS to see if we can get an idea of what's going on. But this is one of those cards that has VGA and I think EGA out. There's hardly any branding on the card. I mean, there's a bodge on the back, and there's a marking here. It's a CTC ML, but I don't know that that's the brand necessarily. But it does say copyright 1990 PH6 Technology Corporation. Made in USA. And the BIOS says PCG on it. But this is, as far as I can tell, a standard RAM DAC part. So the RAM DAC is installed on this board here, and then there's another socket under it, I think, that's acting as a riser to get it above the two ROM chips. Because then there's this pin header here. Anyways, yeah, I saw it listed on eBay. It was just listed as like a ISA Trident video card. I was expecting nothing special. But I did buy it, though, because I was intrigued at this contraption here. But I wasn't expecting that you'd get a password prompt if you put it in the computer. Now, let's see if my 386 will cooperate tonight. The answer is probably no. So I'll have to pull a different board over here. But my PC Chips 386 it would not power up this weekend. Or, well, it wouldn't post. I know. Such a loss in the retro computing world to lose a PC Chips motherboard. Yeah, as everyone who saw my 2023 year in review video that I posted yesterday, one of my live streams, I made the comment that Windows 95 was the epitome of reliability. Well, PC Chips was, well, also just such a super duper reliable brand. So, yeah, thank you to everyone that's watched my year in review video so far. I realize it's long, but that's why I put chapter marks on it. So, thank you to everyone that's watched it, and go check it out. I picked out the best parts of each of the videos that was in the ranking, and chapter marks will kind of help you break it up into manageable chunks to watch, because it ended up being like an hour and 19 minutes, because it's hard to pick the really juicy moments during live streams. Maybe next year it'll be shorter, because I have managed so far this year to forget to click record on a bunch of live streams. So, yeah, there's that. Hard to feature juicy statements when you forget to click record, like apparently I've done tonight. All right. Let's see if this 386 will post. And I will go to capture. Let me go to the capture input though. Oh, hey Vborg. Yeah, I finished up with the Mac. It arrived in multiple pieces. So then everyone kind of wanted to see this password protected video card that I picked up off eBay. Oh, okay. Well, that's weird. Okay, now that's really weird. There we go. I knew I wasn't imagining things. All right, I'm going to have to hide my banner and whatnot. Also, let me see if I could get my scaler to adjust the picture so it's not cut off, which may be harder than I think. Yeah, and I don't have a keyboard plugged in. All right. Oh, hold on. I keep clicking things I don't mean to. Overscan, underscan, letterbox, pan and scan. I think pan and scan is the one I want. And let's see here. I think I also need to set the horizontal position. Interesting. All right. Okay. Um, welcome, Vborg. All right. I believe the left side of the image is not making it out of the video card for some reason. Because I tried on my multi-sync monitor to auto adjust, and it's that where you see the text start is where the left side of the screen starts on my multi-sync monitor. Anyways, the one thing though, this is the really weird part, and I'm going to bring Droid Cam back up because this is the really weird part. So, anyways, so here's OBS. See, you all can wave in the chat. There you are. Here's my multi-sync monitor. So, oh, hold on. Okay, now you can see here's OBS. Which actually, to show you this, I'll have to bring up a oh, here we go. Here's how I do it. All right. There we go. Okay, so here's the direct input from the capture card. And then here's my multi-sync monitor. They are currently connected through a VGA splitter, so they are both getting a identical copy of the signal. So there's the video card in. So I'm going to kind of zoom out so you can see both. I'm hoping I'm still screen sharing because I cannot see OBS to make you see the screen. So anyways, I'm going to power cycle using my, I wish I had one of those like covered style, so I had to flip the cover to switch it. That'd be really cool. But anyways, notice, oh, actually it's showing the password prompt on the multi-sync monitor tonight too. Interesting. Because this weekend I couldn't get the multi-sync monitor to show the password prompt. Ah, well then in that case I'll just go to capture input. Oh, the password prompt's coming from the card. Because this is actually a different motherboard than I tried this weekend. And there's very distinctly possibly something wrong with this video card, but it's honestly too much. It's too big of a mystery for me to bother returning it. Yeah, I could remove the splitter to be sure, but it's not cutting things off on the other screens. Let me plug a keyboard in so I can at least try to hit F10 on this motherboard. Because on the Pentium board I tried hitting function keys and F10 did nothing. It could be my keyboard. I may need a keyboard that doesn't switch between AT and XT. Oh yeah, now the keyboard initialized. Oh, there we go. That's weird. Oh, hold on. Hold on. All right, let me hide that. Let me hide that. Enter a 4-digit password. Oh, no, I don't want... Huh, that's weird. Huh. That is weird. That's seemingly coming from the video card. All right, I think it's probably pull the ROMs and dump them and see if that text is in the ROMs, because... What keyboard gas? At what point does this card try to assimilate Justin? I don't know. Something's weird about this card, because if I go, say, jam a... I don't know. Let's say... If I go, see... Oh. I know you can't see what I'm doing. I'm just putting a standard generic Trident video card in the system. So if I put this standard generic Trident card in the system, first of all, we see the whole banner. All right, I did unplug the keyboard, which is not going to help demonstrate the next thing. Hold please while I turn it off and plug the keyboard back in. And actually, I think I'm now seeing that video card might not be that the card has something bad with it. I'm thinking the card might be shifted over for some reason. Oh, hi null object. Yeah, as Sad Mac is updating you in the chat, the plus was not cosmetically okay, not by a long shot, but electrically yes. Yeah, maybe I should post it to Vogons. Anyways, if you notice with the standard Trident video card, I don't get a password prompt. I should maybe post something to Vogons. Then again, let's take a look at this card on the bench here. I'll switch to the bench here. soon as I can clear enough space on it. All right. So the one thing I wanted to do was function over form. Am I right? I have a uh, Adam's going to send me a replacement shell for it. He has a spare shell, so I will be able to put it back together. The one thing I wanted to do very carefully was pull this daughter board off. I'm trying to do this and lifting up on the socket that's under it. Well, it's kind of hard because I don't have a good place for leverage. There we go. Well, now that's... Oh, there's a bunch of resistor packs there. So there we go. I would be interested to know what would happen if I would just plug this RAM DAC straight into the board. Because I believe that is... I'll pull the RAM DAC out of the socket just to make sure there's no pinout change happening there. But it looks like the socket on the top is going straight through to the socket on the bottom. I don't think this board is changing the pinout of the RAM DAC. However, it does appear as if it's running a number of the signals to the pin header, and a number of them are going through resistor packs, which leads me to believe that maybe that is some sort of an internal video connector. So maybe this board was maybe in a computer. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure that socket's going straight through. Looks like there are a couple decoupling capacitors here. But yeah, that's going straight through. What's the chances this is like a debug video card? I mean, I haven't the foggiest idea why a debug card would ask for a password, but... Alright, well there's that board. Unfortunately, I can't quite see all the way under that socket to see if maybe if that's Ace brand or if there's another letter or two. But I think I'm going to put the RAM DAC straight in the board and see what it does. And then maybe we can figure out the mystery of this. Because I'm pretty sure this board is going to work. I'm pretty sure it's going to work like this. Because there's nothing about that daughter board that appears to be anything special. So let's give it a try just like that. And the thing is, it's probably still going to do the password thing. Because I suspect that's in the BIOS on this card. Because I don't think RAM DACs can ask for passwords. Because the RAM DAC is just an interface between the video memory and the analog output. So I don't think the RAM DAC is asking for a password. I'm pretty sure it's the BIOS. It's also possible that I can go find a different BIOS for this card because it may just be a standard Trident 8900B card. Anyways, let's see what it does. I did plug the keyboard in. Oh. Okay, I was having post issues with this motherboard, so... Alright, I don't think the board's posting. Hold, please. Joe says BIOS, my favorite OS. There we go. Well, that's still cut off. And there we go. Still asking for... But that's the weird thing. It will then continue to boot. Now, in the Pentium board I tried this in, it did the password prompt first, and then it continued boot. On this board, it looks like it goes through post and then asks for the password. I can't explain that difference. Oh, good night, Vborg. Hope to see you Saturday. All right, let's take a look at these BIOS chips. Joe says SpaghettiOs? Nope. Cheerios? Nope. Give me BIOS. Oh, although I probably really mispronounced that the way Joe typed it. I should have said SpaghettiOs. Nope. Cheerios. Nope. BIOS. Give me BIOS. All right, so let's take a closer look at these ROM chips, and I'll actually pull them out and read them. So they are 27256s. So yeah, I can totally read these out. PCG BIOS version 2.2. And I have no idea which is upper and which is lower, because the labels... Oh, there we go. Someone has handwritten an L and an H on them. So L is U12 and H is U13. Oh, Joe says the JCM1 computer has a BIOS. Yay! Ron says honey bunches of bio oats. Well, Ron, if you find that cereal in the grocery store, send it to Joe. He's our taste tester. And I'm now expecting Joe to just completely randomly put in the chat or something like, "Oh, but I'm gluten intolerant this week," or something like that, or "I'm oat intolerant this week," and then I'll have to be the taste tester. Peace. Breakfast. Rod says breakfast cereal spelled with an S. Yes. Okay. Google. If anyone wants to try to Google this, Jesse says I'm super cereal. Joe says pork and fiber chunks. Gutbomb says Cathode Ray Dude just did a live stream talking about devices that leech off a RAM DAC to do video toaster style overlays of video. I wonder if that's what this device does. Oh boy, would that be okay. So I do know PCG could stand for the coin grading service. But I don't think that's right. If anyone happens to maybe recognize that brand as it relates to computers and not numismatics, put it in the chat. Okay, it looks like PCG could be Premier Card Grading. That's not them. But I think there's also a PCG that's a... Or maybe I'm thinking of PGC. Or, no, I'm pretty sure it's PCG. Oh, PCGS. That's the coin people. Okay, never mind. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, PCG is professional card graders. All right, I'm looking on the VGA Museum site to see what BIOSes they might have for the Trident 8900B card. B as in Baker. Because maybe there might be a clue on it. Oh, well, that's interesting. The VGA Museum jumps from the 8900. Oh, never mind. They jump in even weirder increments. Here we go. 8900B. All right. I wonder if any of these card pictures, let me put this window here and let me do this now that I found it. Yeah, they're compatible. I can read them. All right, let's see if any of these cards look like mine. All right, that's not it. That's not it. Or if any of them maybe say um PCG on them. Oh, now there's something interesting. So my card has two extra sockets, and I was wondering what they are, but I bet they're jumper sockets. But they're not really labeled as to what they are clearly, but maybe it's in the manual for the card. I bet they're for jumpers. Because I thought it would be odd that the card would support like 1.25 megabytes of memory. That's maybe with all the memory it doesn't need a jumper or something. Okay. That's not it. Nope, that's not it. I was just kind of hoping that maybe one of these cards might have some resemblance. Nope, doesn't look like it. Ah! Joe just found a search for PCG and found my short. Yeah, naturally. The only thing on the internet is the short I did. Oh, well. Oh, bummer. The VGA Museum has. Oh, they do have one BIOS for this board. Okay, cool. All right. Well, let me. Guess let's dump these ROMs. I'm curious to see if we can find that password string in them. There we go. All right. Or select should be a 27 256. Oh, hold on. These are. I do not know what brand they are, so I guess for reading, we should be good to read them just like that. I don't want to delete the anything in the BIOS. Jeremy, I don't know enough about BIOSes to actually edit the BIOS, anyways. That would require me to go get my assembly textbook that I probably sold because at the time I probably figured that I'd get more from it selling it to some college kid that was going to a school that still required x86 assembly than I would in the future, and yeah, I was probably wrong on that, but um well, that's interesting. Okay. The first part of this ROM is actually blank seemingly. Okay, that may not be May not be a total bad thing. All right. Let me see. This is temp Trident 8900B, and this is the low chip. All right. There we go. Oh, hey, Dave. Welcome. Yep. Ron says padding. Yeah. Probably. That makes sense. I mean, it is an awful large ROM chip for VGA. So, yeah, it makes sense that it's not using the entire memory address range. The fact that it read out as FF kind of tells me that, yeah, that's padding. Okay, Gutbomb just sent me a link to the CRT's Cathode Ray Dudes live stream, I believe. Okay, I'll take a look at that. And, well, actually, I may take a look at it sooner rather than later because apparently I have 5 Discord messages waiting for me. And I should probably make sure that one of them's not saying something like, Justin, we haven't been able to hear you for the past hour. Although, I'm pretty sure you would try the YouTube chat first. Okay, I'm trying to get this EEPROM into the reader, and I think I'm one of the. Yeah, that's good. I may have to. I need a new ZIF socket for my reader, which would be a shame. I just pulled the ZIF socket off the reader just to confirm that yes, it's a ZIF socket. So I guess if I have. Oh, there we go. I see the problem. All right. Probably not the ZIF socket failing this early. I think I bent one of the pins slightly. All right, let me fix the pin. Yeah, Ron says, Discord, did you know that your car's warranty is expiring? Yeah. Okay, it was actually a bent pin. Okay. All right, let's see here. File. Oh, let's see here. Read. All right, so this one also has the same padding on it. Oh, and considering it starts at 4,000 hex, yeah, that's probably intentional and not a failing chip. Okay, so let me save this file. File, save. And we'll save this as high. And then I'm going to have fun recombining these because I don't think this XG Pro can do it. Oh, let me check Discord here real quick to make sure it's not like someone. Oh. They suggested the password might be some licensing thing. Oh, okay. Cool. I'll check that out, Cup Bomb. Okay. All right, let me see if I can piece this BIOS together using the limitations of the software here. I may have to. All right. Load. file name, load mode, load a low byte of a word. All right. Load. I need to probably change this to. Oh, wait. No, I probably need to leave that as 0. Load mode. Load the high byte of a word. And I need to disable clear buffer. All right, so now if I scroll down to. Okay. I may have done that exactly backwards. That does not look like it did what I wanted to do at all. Huh. Okay, load. Load mode. Load. All right, fine. Clear buffer with default. Okay. I think I'm probably going to have to use a command line utility that I'm not sure I have down here to combine that, because that is like, no, that's not doing what I want it to do. Yeah, I'm trying to compile this into a single file, and the XG Pro software is not doing what I would expect it to do. I'm telling it to load the low and high byte of a word, and it seems to be not doing that at all. All right, hold please while I. All right, let me see if I even have the command line utility on this computer. I had to download some utility on one of my computers to even be able to piece. Actually, I don't remember if I was trying to split or combine a file, but I had to download some command line utility to do it. And I don't remember what it was called. I'll probably recognize it if I see it on this computer. Yes, got bomb. I did buy the battery holders you pointed me to. I got the exact ones. Okay, I don't have that utility on this computer. So let me see if I can find it. I'm sure if I was using Linux, I could probably do some cool command line thing built in and do it. But oh, apparently the oh cool. Oh, here we go. It's S record. S exactly the utility I don't want to try to use live because it's really annoying, but nope. And this is not the computer I downloaded it on. All right. Okay. Well, I'm going to go on an adventure of trying to run an open source program to combine two binary files together. I don't see how this could possibly go wrong. Like it was my other computer that I was running this on. Gotta wait for it to unzip. It is unzipping so slowly. Is my hard drive full? No, my hard drive is not full. Hmm. Okay, we're still unzipping this thing. I'm hoping that I actually downloaded the pre-compiled version because I don't have a compiler on this computer. There we go. It finished unzipping. Apparently, it had a lot of. Ah, there we go. Okay. Oh, please, I have a little heater at my feet, and I managed to knock it sideways. It's anti-tip feature turned it off. Also, I managed to knock it over onto its power switch, so that turned it off too. Okay, so I've got this S record utility that supposedly will will let me concatenate binary files. I gotta pull up the help because I don't remember what the... Alright. Oh, hey, Jack. I'm trying to combine the ROM files I just downloaded, and I gotta I've got to find the documentation for this program I just downloaded. Oh, wait. Here we go. Maybe this is it. Okay. S. Okay. Concatenate -o new bin -binary c temp low binary file -binary unsplit to 0, and I need to give it hi file -binary unsplit to 1. Did that really do that? There we go. I think I got it now. File load options. Let me browse. I think I just successfully concatenated the ROM. Okay, that looks promising. I'll share my screen here in a moment. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Might be... So what board are we looking at? Ah, we're looking at the password protected video card. Trying to find any clues as to what this card might be. So I've got... yeah, the Mac Plus is cosmetically in very bad shape, and yes, there's no object to saying it's a plus 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 plus, as in I still have little plastic bits on my bench. In fact, actually, if this gives you any indication about my Mac Plus, there you go. There's more little bits where that came from if I'd look on the floor and in the bag and everything. But yeah, the United Package Smashers did their worst, and Adam's going to send me a spare shell. So luckily, the cosmetic problems I can fix. Luckily, the keyboard was good. The logic board was good. Analog board was good. CRT's good. The case, well, there you go. Case in point. Hey, Sloopy Malibu says Mac Plus IKEA edition. Yes, Sloopy knows exactly. Yes, it's the IKEA edition. Hey, Sloopy. All right. So I realize this is not my forte, but I have the ROM out of the... yeah, Gut Bomb says more like Jigsaw Puzzle Edition. All right. So I've got the ROM here. It looks like I have pieced it together correctly because copyright statement is in the correct order. I wonder if I've. Let me see if I actually have maybe a slightly better file to open a binary file in than this. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This might be a little better because I think I might be able to change the font size, maybe. Tools. Hold on. Project settings. Let me see if I can change the font size because that'll even help me read it. All right. Edit. View. Format. Font. There we go. Oh, there we go. That's probably a little better. Yeah, look, PS Pad. Oh, Control plus scroll wheel, yeah. Yeah, Joe says it's change the font. Okay, I can change the font. Is there like a better font? Um which font would be easier to read on the screen? Or this font's a little more on brand. I think it's also possible Jack might have been joking there. Jesse says this looks like my report card. Joe says Comic Sans. I have PSP. PS Pad might be garbage, Joe, but I don't think it actually will let me pick Comic Sans. It looks like it's only letting me pick the monospace fonts. Bummer. So all we need now is Comic Sans fixed. Next, Consolus is good. Next, then we need Comic Papyrus fixed. Oh, slashed zeros are good. Oh, yeah, that is definitely a good point, Jack. Because I don't think Consolus. Oh, actually, did have slash zeros. Let me jump down to. All right. I guess I should probably have a trigger warning that if you're triggered by Trident Microsystems Inc., well, you might want to look away from the ROM dump. Use terminal make us think it's DOS. Okay. 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 Oh, there we go. That that's even better. And let me let's oh, okay. Sorry. That's too much. There we go. That's a little better. Is everything from 0 to 7 FFF all Fs? Yes, I believe it is. I believe it is. Yeah, it's all Fs. I suspect they I suspect it's not used. All right, reserved for IBM compatibility, 21091, copyright Trident Microsystems, copyright Quadtel Corp. Well, that looks standard. I think all the Trident BIOSes were usually Quadtel. VGA, EGA, CGA, MDA mod mode. Hmm. Yes, the password protected card is a Trident card. Yes. Yeah, yeah, Joe. Literally half of both of the ROM chips is blank. Literally. They totally could have used 27 128s. Or they could have used 127 256, addressed it in 8-bit mode, and suggested you turn on ROM shadowing. Yes. But they didn't. Oh, Sloopy. Yeah, Ron says, just did some benchmarking. This Matrox Mystique blows these S3 Verge cards out of the water. Yeah. Sloopy says it's an appropriate amount of Fs for PC work. Yes, thanks, Sloopy, for pointing out the potentially obvious. All right, I'm just trying to see if I see any. Oh, well, there's a lot of 6s right there. That's a lot more 6s. You know, I bet this ROM is compressed, and that means I'm probably not going to find the word. Oh, here we go. Wait a minute. Has anyone ever heard of a Photon Ultima Turbo? Photon Ultima Turbo. That that might be a very important text string. Because yes, right here. There's the string that happens on boot. Hit F9 for backup restore or F10 for password. Password. Enter a 4-digit password, I guess. Enter a new password. Hit F7 to confirm. Password incorrect. An entry attempt was blocked. Hit F5 for no password or F10 to change password. 4-digit password required. Hit B to back up or R to restore the CMOS data. CMOS restored. Reboot. Backup done. I'm still wondering what a Photon Ultima Turbo is. I think it's time to Google that. Jack, the reason they used FF is because if there was another BIOS mapped to that unused space on these ROMs would not try to drive the bus low because the I think on a memory bus there's a pull up and your memory device has to pull the bus low. So if the device is FF, then it's not going to try to drive the bus, which would allow another ROM to be able to drive the bus. If they used CC, then these ROMs would try to drive the bus. Yeah, FF is blank chip. And it's because they don't want it to drive the bus because that ROM is going to be totally addressable at those blank locations, most likely. Because they probably designed it in case they needed the extra space. That's my guess. Unfortunately, yep, Joe says Google returns nothing on that. Well, all right. Well, I'm going to pull up 2 other places to search. The first is DuckDuckGo. After I go look at what I'm searching because... Oh, I don't want it. Hold on. Photon Ultima Turbo. Oh, well, the first hit was for Anycubic Photon Ultra. No. Sorry, DuckDuckGo. That is not what I'm looking for. The other thing I was going to search is archive.org. Oh, hey, Vborg. Gutbomb says, and oh, wait a minute. Gutbomb said, I found a list of video cards made by a company called PCG in the Photon line, but not this particular card. and they are all VLB cards, but PCG seems to be an old defunct video card manufacturer. Oh, good. And he gave me a Pogon wiki link. PCG Photon Color Graphics? What Jeremy's asking. Maybe. Let me see what this Vogon page says. Oh, it just says PCG. Yeah, those are all BLB cards. PCG. Let me see what the. Okay. I think the archive.org may be a bust, at least for Photon Ultima Turbo. Well, okay. I found something in a lot of things in Amiga magazine. That's not going to be it. Info magazine? No, that's talking about the game. East magazine. Okay, that's probably not it. Info. PC. Actually, let me search for PCG. Photon. That's a ZX Spectrum magazine. That's Amiga. That's Computer Express. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It'd be a software house? Because I found a mention of a Photon Paint in New Computer Express magazine. Let me zoom in so I can actually read the reference. Program called Photon Paint. No, that's too convenient, maybe. Because this magazine also talks about a software publisher, PCG. Photon Paint. Photon Paint. All right, I'll let someone look up what Photon Paint may be. Commodore did make PC clones. Well, yes, Commodore made PC clones, but that is quite clearly Amiga magazine. And yeah, it's Amiga magazine. And given the short preview, it does not appear to be in the context of a video card for your DOS compatibility card. So I'm going to have to skip those. It seems like there was a software publisher called PCG. I wonder if maybe they made video cards too, but there's too many hits for PCG to know for sure. I mean, I could sit for hours looking at these magazines to see if any of them are this video card. Vborg says, I could see that PCB being a hookup for a screen pen system. Yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, I think Photon Ultima Turbo may be the clue, and it's probably how I'll post it to Vogons, because that's like the most. That is like the thing that sounds the most like a product name that I see in this ROM. Unfortunately, in scrolling it, I didn't see a copyright notice for PCG. So most of this ROM just appears to be a standard Trident ROM. But it kind of looks like this ROM might have the ability to back up the CMOS settings, almost like I think I'm going to go watch the live stream Gutbomb sent me because I'm wondering if maybe this is some sort of a maybe this video card was from a system for an overlay. Because I could see that if this was a video card for an overlay system, I could see that video card maybe having the ability to like back up and restore the CMOS settings for the dedicated system. So that if the CMOS battery went dead, you could restore the settings and it would boot again. And I guess I could see why they might have put it in the video card because maybe there was enough space in the ROM image that they could fit it there as opposed to somewhere else. I mean, after all, if it was for an overlay system, and that's what that board that was under the RAM DAC is for, obviously if they're customizing the video card already, why not put your custom code to back up the CMOS settings on the video card that you're already customizing? Gutbomb says found it. Link is too long for YouTube, sending it on Discord. All right, standing by. Operators are standing by. PC. Ha! PC Magazine. SVGA graphics adapters. All right, let me zoom in here. Gutbomb has found it. Definitely. Here's a reference. All right. Though it possesses some unusual features, the Photon Ultima Turbo's erratic performance in VGA mode and high price make this board difficult to recommend. Yes! It's like the CUDA regret. Like a coup de grace, except a CUDA regret. It was a regret back then. It's a regret now. It's an awful card. Vborg, no, he DM'd me on Discord. I don't have a Discord. Well, I do have a Discord, but it's population 1, number of posts 1, because I stopped because I realized that I need help trying to figure out how to set up a Discord that won't turn into a 3-ring circus 5 minutes after you set it. Always the ads, yeah. But yeah, that's a reference to it. Okay, Personal Computer Graphics Corp. There's your PCG. Actually, no, it's not a regret now because it's a weird card. Personal Computer Graphics Corp. 3914901 Delamo Boulevard. Wow, that's a really long street number. Torrance, California, 90503. And I bet if you look up that address now, it's probably going to be a pizza parlor, a tattoo shop, a beauty salon, a nail salon, or a parking lot. Not necessarily in that order, or all of the above. I don't know. Feels like the perfect card for the weird talking PC. Well, yeah. Joe says still, it's a cool thing to have in your collection. Yeah. All right. So list price with 1 megabyte of DRAM, $445. Edson upgrade kit, $50. Though it has a few interestingly different features, such as password protection in an onboard EEPROM. There is an EEPROM on this board? It's an industrial. It's an industrial park. Kapam says, okay. Oh, scroll up a few pages past the ads to see the full review. Oh, okay. All right, let's take a look at the full review. Oh. Oh, okay, I see why Jeremy was commenting about always the ads. Okay. Personal Computer Graphics Corp. PCGC Photon Ultima Turbo. You will probably be unimpressed by the performance of PCG's $445 Photon Ultima Turbo, but it possesses certain unique features which may interest you. For starters, the Trident chipset-based board virtually guarantees flicker-free VGA DOS operation by giving you weird prompts that don't allow you to boot into DOS. Oh, there you go! Problem solved. That's not what it actually says, but by running at 78 hertz from power up. No wonder I have problems with my... I bet my multi-sync monitor doesn't like 78 hertz. That's actually probably why the... That's probably why the capture card and multi-sync monitor showing the display cutoff is probably because it's the weird... Probably that 78 hertz throwing it off. Company spokesperson assured us that this vertical refresh rate runs on 95% of all multi-scanning monitors, except and 0% of the ones Justin owns, apparently. Well, I mean, you see part of the image. 95% of monitors supported, yeah. PCGC, which sells through distributors, also actively promotes a 1280 by 820 resolution as the tip of the card's capabilities. I was almost expecting to say they also resell a monitor that works with it or something. They, these are some words you never hear with Trident cards. The generous operating bandwidth also allows it to generate a 1024 by 768 pixel resolution at 72 hertz. It also includes the ability to process TTL signals. Despite its bandwidth, the performance on the PC Magazine Labs Windows benchmark tests were uninspiring and a little erratic. Although it was in the top 5 in the 256 color VGA tests, its 16 color VGA test scores placed it deep among the slower boards. On the Super VGA tests, it slightly trailed the leaders in 16 color mode. Interesting. Oh, here we go. An interesting gee-whiz feature on the Photon Ultima Turbo appears because PCGC bundles these cards with its own personal computers. The video card contains an EEPROM chip that demands a password from PC users on boot up. The chip can also hold a copy of a computer's CMOS setup to ease the pain of unexpected losses. All right. I want to... Well, I guess I'm about to set up an eBay search for one of these computers now. I'd still like to figure out what that ribbon cable connector's for. I bet I know what that connector's for. It's probably not for a video overlay. It's probably for an onboard VGA connector that's on the computer for some silly reason. I wonder if that connects the like VGA cable to, or maybe these computers had built-in monitors. What if that's like maybe to connect the internal monitor? Yeah, now I have to find the rest of the machine. Yeah. Warning, regret. Except the, oh, actually, regret. Yeah, okay. I had to make sure you weren't typing like regret or something. That might be what that little connector's for. Connect to the BIOS in some way. That would be interesting that it's going through the RAM DAC to do that, because this is the RAM DAC. Oh, you can't see what I'm pointing at. I looked up this chip. This is the RAM DAC chip. Oh. I bet though this is the EEPROM. Because 2816, yeah, that's totally the EEPROM, or the EEPROM. This is the RAM DAC. That's going to be the EEPROM. Uh, the ability to save the system settings in the VGA BIOS may explain the space available there, aka padding. No, it said it stores them to the EEPROM, which is this chip. These are EPROMs. These labels are covering up a little window. These are definitely not in-system writable. Or at least they're not rewritable. Yeah, this card is very creative, that's for sure. All right, let's go back to the rest of this article because this is sounding more like a paid ad than a unbiased review. It's probably both. It's probably a paid biased review to try to get you to buy the card, even though they can't really say much of anything nice about it. PCGC's computer line is aimed at CAD users. Oh, great. Yeah, I'm going to buy a computer for CAD, and I want a Trident card in it for CAD. Yeah, one that you've already said is not great in 16 color. I guess, well, in 256 color mode, it wasn't bad at VGA settings, but okay. PC Magazine says it's lackluster, and oh yeah, but they're selling this for CAD. Yeah, right. Accordingly, its video card comes with a proprietary AutoCAD display list driver that works in both real and protected modes, as well as a software package called Bird's Eye for faster pans and zooms. Yeah. It also includes drivers for 5 other CAD packages. The manuals that come with the card are not great, but an included README file provides instructions. Board comes with a 2-year warranty on parts and labor and a 24-hour automated technical support line. It was down the night we tried it. Wow, that inspires confidence. Yeah, Jack says this card is very creative, that's for sure. The manuals suck, but there's a README. Got Bob says, well, they do say it sucks. Yeah. Jeremy's like, paid review, even in the 80s? Nah. Yeah, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything unless you're PC Magazine and you're probably being paid to include the video card in the magazine. Yeah, this review is actually hilarious. It's like they have to dig deep to say something nice about it. I mean, even the Pro Designer 2S gets probably a better review because it probably is a better card. It's got if it's the one it's got the Sing ET4000 chip on it. Yeah. Yeah, Jack says, respect that they tried to call support. Yeah, but it was down the night we tried it. Gutbomb says, I found a less entertaining review in InfoWorld, too. I think this is the review I needed. It doesn't explain the ribbon cable, but maybe it actually does explain the ribbon cable. It explains the passwords. Probably explains why there's all these extra gals on it. Joe says, yeah, the ET4000 was great in its day. Jeremy says, well, the card is a beautiful green color. Yeah. 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 Okay, I'm trying to find that daughter board that I pulled off the card. Oh, that's right. I stuck it here. Oh, the info world was just a product overview, a couple paragraphs. You see, this daughter board here does not have any PCG branding on it, which, you know, yeah, I don't know. This might have been original to the card. I mean, this review did mention this. What was it? Down in the end of it, this Edson upgrade kit. I don't know what this Edson upgrade. Unfortunately, this board here does not say Edson on it. It says Magni on it. I mean, I could believe them charging $50 for this, but have I cracked the password yet? Oh, well, I think I've got an idea how to do that. There we go. I think I cracked the password. Yeah, Joe says dump the 2816. I was actually just thinking of doing that after removing it. Is like, okay, well, let's see what's on the 2816. There can't be much data on it. All right. All right. 2816. It's an Excel brand. 2816A. XL. Oh, it's an XLS 2816. All right. Well, let's see if this will do it. Hold on. All right. There you go. Oh, okay. I'm hoping that OBS is actually showing what I'm hoping it's showing. But it looks like the password is 0000. Oh, Gutbomb says the Edson upgrade kit is indeed a RAM DAC upgrade. Joe says the password is freaking all zeros. Actually, that would explain why when I typed 0000, it didn't give me an invalid password. Jeremy says, that's worse than the combination on my luggage. I can't believe it. I thought I was just typing a number that couldn't be it, and it was it. Maybe that's why it was asking me to enter a new password, because maybe it realized that's the default password, but all right. That's just too wild. Passwords all zeros. If you can find any information on the which RAM DAC it upgraded it to, that would be interesting. Because I can't tell if the RAM DAC that's on it is a upgraded one or not. I don't think it is. Now, of course, the thing is, I could probably turn this into a normal card, maybe, by just putting the standard Trident BIOS on it. Maybe. But I'm not going to do that. It's too weird of a card. Yeah, I need the rest of the system, then maybe I'll be able to explain it. Edson is a company. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, this is a UMC, so. Alright. So, anyways, I guess we've figured out the mystery of the password, and it has to do with saving your CMOS settings for you. Okay, weird. That is just weird. For now, I'm going to leave this board off because I'm probably going to sit down and try to figure out what pins go to where. Gutbomb says, here's a link. I think the RAM DAC upgrade is unrelated to the daughter board. Okay, that is quite possibly. Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Okay, this is not the upgraded RAM DAC. Because it looks like that was an AD7148 analog, an ADI product, maybe? Interesting. Very interesting. Might have to keep my eye out for one of those. Jeremy's suggesting creating a label denoting the password on the card itself. Well, I think I can remember it's all zeros. I'm not going to apply any extraneous labels to this thing. I'll make myself a note to keep it with the card. I don't want to apply extraneous labels to this card. I'm still trying to figure out all of its mysteries. Yeah, I don't think this RAM DAC upgrade has to do with this daughter card. Because I'm looking at the data sheet and... Okay. That RAM DAC could potentially be harder to track down these days than the Creative Labs ASP chip. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, there we go. There's a picture of it at least. Edson Labs. Oh, I bet ADI bought Edson Labs at one point. Okay. Ooh, that could be an interesting upgrade to try, but I bet it's going to be hard to track one of those down. I can't honestly say I've seen one of those RAM DACs. Very interesting. Ooh. Wouldn't that card be paired well with the 386 PC? Well, it might be. Might also be paired well with its original PC. Alright, I would really like to... This is the coolest... Gutbomb says this is the coolest Trident card I've ever seen. Yes. I would really like to see the manual for this card. I would like to know if this backup feature is actually... Like... Is it supposed to work generically? Or only with their computer? My only other concern about just putting this in any computer is that 78 hertz refresh rate it uses is really weird. Vborg says, hopefully my eBay lot purchase arrives tomorrow. Jack says it might be paired well with the dumpster. Well, you say that, Jack, but something tells me this card might have been in a dumpster. Only because I think it came from an eBay seller that I think salvages cards out of scrapped computers. That I don't remember if it was someone that sells a lot of computer cards or they just had a few. I mean, it's a neat card. It would be I would be sad if I ever learned that they actually had pulled this out of a PCG computer to sell it as a separate card on eBay. I'd be really sad if I'd ever learned that they had pulled it out of a PCG computer to sell it as a separate card on eBay and then scrapped the computer because they didn't want to ship it. That would be really sad. The crystal in the lower left corner may be adjustable to a different frequency to get it into a usable mode. Probably actually in the BIOS. Look, Jeremy says, look at the seller's other items. Well, I probably did. But the thing is, they might have already sold the PCG computer if they ever had one. So even if I had looked at their items, there's no guarantee I would have seen the. Yeah, they've got 18 items listed right now. They have a Seiko Epson 8-bit ISA floppy controller I/O card, a Golden Trumpet children's toy. Oh yeah, I'm gonna jump right on that. An ISA sound card, which I have thought of buying as a joke, but I think I got one with that sound chip already. Oh, a Creative Lab sound card. It's just a Vibra 16 though. They have a Pentium 3 motherboard. Actually, I think I see the capacitor plague right here on the thumbnail. They have a CNC talking toy that they want $22 shipping for. Yeah, that sounds right. Ooh, a Promise Ultra 100 PCI IDE controller, some ECC non-registered unbuffered DDR4 memory, Sound Blaster 16 CT 2890. They got another Pentium motherboard, an ISA SCSI card, a Logitech mouse card, a PCI graphics card, another PCI graphics card, ET6000 based one. That's interesting. A RAID controller. Yeah, PCI parallel card. Oh, and 3 high 8 tapes. Nope. Yeah. Or his review history. Okay. Whoop. Didn't mean to. Can't give away all my secrets here. All right. Let's see here. Positive feedback. Or feedback. 128 feedbacks in the past 12 months. See all feedback. I don't like it how eBay likes to hide the feedback. They like to show you the most relevant feedback. All right. What have they sold? They sold let's see, that's LGA 1155 motherboard. Oh, let's see, they bought something. They've got an 8-bit VGA card. A game. Let's see, that's something they bought. Slot 1 motherboard. Ooh, they had a CompuAdd 325S computer in the past month. Oh, I bet that video card might have been in that CompuAdd system. Oh wait, there's oh no, maybe it wasn't. Now that I look at I realized, oh, it's a new enough listing, new enough feedback. I could actually click the auction listing. Oh, okay. I see it's onboard video. No, that video card. I mean, it could have been in the system. Well, I guess it could have been in the system and pulled out. There is a missing ISA card slot cover. Okay, it does not look like they had a PCG video card. Yeah, okay. It looks like they might have not had the matching computer. So, alright. I'm relieved. People used zip drives with computers with ISA. Oh, the ISA SCSI card is for a zip drive. Neat. Yes, people did use zip drives with ISA computers. I didn't realize that was the iOmega SCSI card. I might have to, oh, well, I may, watch that auction here. Well, there's also that Logitech mouse card that looks neat. Alright. Oh, and now I'm going to look at that Pentium 3 board that I thought looked like had capacitor plague on the thumbnail. And no, actually, it's just someone marked the top of the capacitors. Okay. No, I'm not watching that board. All right. And the ISA sound card with the Opti chipset. Oh. Okay. I'll add it to my watch list in case they make me an offer I can't refuse for a potential regret later. There we go. You see how these potential regrets work. Does the logo on the daughter board match the logo on this? I'll let you know here in a moment. Yes. Serial digital composite video signal monitor. Yes. That is exactly what the logo looks like. Um, I bet this video card was in a piece of Magni equipment. Jeremy says if the card doesn't have an Adaptec chipset, it's proprietary. It Jeremy, that ISA SCSI card on that seller's listing actually did have an Adaptec chipset. But it does look like what might have been used for a SCSI zip drive. There you go. That is like really close to that Magni equipment. Yes. I think you might be onto something there. I bet it. I bet this video card was not in a computer. I think you might be onto something when you thought that maybe it was for a video overlay. Maybe this video card was actually in a piece of professional video equipment. Because if it was just using it for a video overlay, yeah, I bet that was for video overlay. Because you wouldn't necessarily need the highest performance video card for video overlay. Because a lot of those video overlays were pretty slow. In fact, this card is probably faster than some of the older ones. And that would also explain why they might have used this card. Because it could have backed up the CMOS settings on the overlay generator. It might have just been a perk, or I don't know, maybe Magni bought these cards really cheap. I mean, after all, we saw how well PC Magazine reviewed them. Yeah, like for titling and effects on live broadcast. You don't need this would have been an upgrade from something like, yeah. Yeah, it got bums on a digital archaeology tear tonight. Yes. Well, I think that's got me, will have me headed in the right direction to figure out exactly what this card might have been in. So, yeah, I think this was I bet this was in an overlay generator, and this In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if it was in an overlay generator. This card, the slot was not, this was not external, and this let it interface. Or maybe this was external, but oh, hey, Martin. Video overlay. Well, I don't know like what kind of video overlay it might have been, but yeah, we're onto something. Anyways, I'm not gonna put this board back on just yet because maybe I can figure out the pinout, and that might help us determine what overlay capabilities it might have had. But I think you're onto something, Gut Bomb. I bet this was in a video overlay. Uh I bet this card was in a video overlay generator that was probably a PC based video generator over or video overlay generator, as opposed to I doubt it connected the overlay generator through a ribbon cable outside of the computer case to another piece of rack mount equipment. I bet it was in the rack mount equipment. So who knows? Maybe we might be able to figure out which Magni equipment it might have been in. That could be really interesting. Yeah, cool. I think this card gets more and more interesting. And the other thing is, I don't know if y'all noticed, but it seems like the other than the fact that the output gets cut off on this card, and that might be its default refresh rate is not standard. The output on this card looks really good. So maybe the other reason that Magni might have picked this card is because ECG made a high quality card for because it was for CAD applications. So yeah, granted the chipset's not that great, but at least the card has a good solid layout on it. I mean, this video card does appear to be I mean, I think this is actually a 4-layer board. It looks like it has a pretty decent ground plane on it. So maybe for what it lacked in performance, it's a solid constructed board. That would be one thing you would want for a video overlay generator. You wouldn't want like artifacts. So, yeah, Jack says this opens up whole new categories of potential regretful purchases. Jeremy says the plot thickens. Yeah. Password would be useful to keep people from using a sensitive machine too, like for on-air use. Yeah. Other than the fact is if you don't enter a password, the prompt goes away, but maybe that's because there's no password set. I mean, now that I know how the password feature might work, I might be able to experiment with that. Well, I guess there's another video to add to my queue. But first, I want to like at least do a video on like my first stab at what I want to take to DCF East. So, well, anyways, I think I'm going to probably go ahead and call this stream now because yeah, the plot has thickened and well, there's not really anything I can do in 7 minutes other than blab away for the next 15. But even though, yeah, my basement's not quite as cold as it was Thursday, but it hasn't quite warmed up yet because it still was like, I think 20 some degrees last night, but it's supposed to be up to like 70 on Friday. So my basement will, okay, granted, that doesn't mean my basement's going to be 70, but that may mean closer to the end of the week, my basement might be back up to like 50 degrees before I turn on the heater. So, let's see if Vborg says if there's anything you're looking for to take to VCF East, let me know. If I've got it, I'll gladly loan it. All right. I guess I could give the brief. So the computers right now, the computers I'm thinking of taking to VCF East, and this may not be a complete list because I don't remember how long the tables are. I'm going to take my first PC rebuild, and I may or may not actually take a monitor with that because it's a Windows 95 PC, but I'm going to take the rebuild. I may have enough monitors that I can use for that. Because I'm not going to track down the original monitor for that. It was such a weird monitor. I doubt I'm going to find it. Jack says, I'm jealous of your warm temperatures. It's like 49.3 degrees Fahrenheit in my basement right now. My feet are actually. Well, the reason I went upstairs was to put on a different pair of shoes that have a little bit of insulation in them because my feet were getting like really cold. And that helped a little, but now they're getting cold again because, yeah, it's a little cold in the basement. So I think I'm going to take my first PC rebuild. That one I'm pretty sure about if I can finish it. Jeremy says it's 50 degrees Fahrenheit there. Yeah, Jack says make sure I take a monitor that does 78 hertz. All right, I'm thinking I'd like to take a Mac Plus or Mac 512K. I think either one. Probably would prefer the Mac Plus because it's got built-in SCSI, so I can use a blue SCSI. And plus, like, it has a built-in monitor. So I think that one I'll probably take. I'm probably going to take a Commodore 64 because the themes for VCF East this year are the Rise of the GUI and computer art. And I might have an incoming potential regret for the Commodore 64 that's art related. So there's that. I have like one TV that's like just small enough that I'd be willing to take with me, but that doesn't look really bad because the front's not scratched up. Now I've got another smaller TV. If I can figure out if the like plastic front piece is actually just a protector and remove it, I'll probably take it instead as it's lighter. So I think the Commodore 64, the and then I wanted to take and now this is where I got to make a tough choice. I would love to take computer because it's a neat computer, but it is proving to be fragile. I would like to take my Apple II GS because that was actually the first computer I ever used. But for that, I would need to borrow an Apple II GS monitor. And I'd love to take my Apple IIe because it's the first computer I ever programmed, but I definitely don't need to take all three of those computers. Now, if I can repair the Apple IIe's monitor, it might make the choice a little simpler, and I guess I could use that monitor on the Apple II GS. But, and yeah, I realized I kind of went from the kind of definitive list to the I would like to takes. But, yeah, I think I'm only going to take at most 2 Apple II series or compatible computers. And that's if I don't find other things that would take the place of one of them. Jeremy says I have one of those. Um well, we'll see what I decide, and you're going to have to clarify what the 2GS monitor. I'd kind of like to actually ideally I would find one of those for my own because I do have a 2GS, but yeah, so I may need to borrow one of those. Let me decide which of the Apple IIs I'm going to take. I'm not taking all three. I know everyone would love me to take all three, but I did have some goals for the table because I did want to. And because the other thing I was going to take is one of my LC series computers. That's actually why you saw me put the 12-inch monitor on my bench before you all decided, probably wisely, decided to have me look at this video card. I think I had more fun looking at that tonight than I would have recapping the 12-inch monitor. Spoiler alert, I might recap the 12-inch monitor Thursday, but Gutbub says bring computer. Beborg says, if you don't get your plus fixed in time, I have a plus I can borrow. Okay. Well, the other thing is I have a plus. But it's got an analog board problem. I had actually bought that plus well, because it was intact. But since it survived, electrically survived shipping, I'm gonna put it back together. So I guess I still need to fix a plus. But anyways, Jeremy says I have a 2GS as well in case yours develops an issue. Jack says alternatively, I can send you some epoxy to fix your current plus. um I'm hoping, well, my 2GS I think is fine. I'm hoping it doesn't develop a problem. I would love to bring computer gut bomb, but computer needs work. Computer needs parts. Computer needs parts I don't have. I have to trade off the parts for computer for other things I need. But anyways, okay. I think the other computer it's this one's probably on the more definitive list. I'd like to take one of the LCs because it has an Apple IIe card in it, which would actually, if I did that, then I would not need to take an Apple IIe. I would not need to, which would probably mean I wouldn't be bringing the Apple IIgs, which would mean that maybe I could focus on getting computer running because Vborg's asking what parts. All right, maybe Thursday's live stream is going to be me just pulling all the chips out of computer to try to figure out which ones are failed now, because I got through 2 rows of the chips on computer and ran out of time on that live stream. So I would have to go look in the computer to see which ones I drew an X on, but that's not the complete list because I only got through 2 rows of chips. I am going to bring computer to the repair workshop this weekend because I really need a second opinion on it because I I'm tired of it, like, chips failing in it. I I'd kind of like some expert opinions because it's weird that I've got so many chips that are failing in it. Um I wanted to set up a table at the show. I got a few old Iron Risk systems I'd love to show. Anyways, okay. So what I would like to do at my table, and this is to support the themes of the show. This is also why, and I want to do a video on what I would like to do. It's also why my coffee goal is just a large round number until I can figure out how much it'll cost and do the trade-offs and whatnot. Because one of the themes of the show is computer art, I would like to set up a few of these computers so that anyone can come up and actually draw something on the computer and then have a way to print it out so they can have a printout to take with them. I thought it would be really cool. Now, I would love to make the printouts on a vintage printer. However, I think I figured out it is unrealistic that I bring a vintage printer to do that because the computers I would set up to do the art, at least part of the time, I don't know that I have the art running all the time. They would need 3 different printers, and that's unrealistic. So I would like to get there's a device that you can plug onto a Raspberry Pi. It actually has a Centronics connector on it. It's like a printer emulator, and I would be able to use it to take the printout from the vintage computer and print to a modern printer. So Vborg says I have an Okidata dot matrix. I would never been despite being only 2 hours away. Oh, well, Vborg, we gotta drag you up to VCF East if you're only 2 hours away. Even if you come up if you're only 2 hours away, come up for the day. Although, of course, setting up those old Risk systems would be cool. Anyway, so I would like to be able to have part of my exhibit be interactive. So the reason why I would like to take an LC is because I want to run kid pics on it. You probably should have seen that one coming. For the Commodore 64, the potential regret I have coming is a koala pad, and it has the cartridge with it, so that you can um, do that. And then I thought about trying to do something art related on the, like, maybe the Apple II. Unfortunately, it short of asking Steve, "Oh, Steve, by chance do you have like 30 image writer ribbons I can have?" But it's like, no, I can't set this up so we can print to image writer printers. Like, nope, that's not realistic. I don't think finding style writer cartridges is realistic, even though I do have, um, okay, you can't see them because I think they're behind the box, but there are two style writers up on that shelf right there, but they're behind the box that's sitting up there. There's no realistic way I could have. Oh, okay. 3 hours. You're in Maryland near the airport. Okay, well, yeah. I don't think there's a realistic way I could set it up to print on image writers. The ink would be too expensive. Image writer ribbons would be too expensive. I'm thinking of, um, I would love to drag my current laser printer up there, but it's too heavy. So I'm kind of looking to see what options might be of a printer that Linux supports that I could use with the Raspberry Pi and this printer board, so that the computer could print to it and then it could print to a modern printer. Gutbomb says a thermal printer. I would kind of like it to be able to print in color. That's the only thing. Because if I got kids creating art, I'd like to be able to print in color. Although, if it has to be black and white, okay, so be it. I can adjust my expectations, but still, the thing is, I don't think, even if I go to black and white, I don't think I can realistically print to a vintage printer, because I can't think of a printer that I would be able to have enough print cartridges to realistically be able to survive a weekend potentially of kids printing pictures. So, anyways, so I would kind of like to have part of it interactive, where you could come up. I've got some drawing software up. You can create some art and take a copy home with you. Of course, the other thing is, with that printer device, I could also do it so it would, because I think it can also do to PDF, but I don't know that I could realistically come up with a way of, can I reliably email things. Deborg says they still sell ribbons for my Oki data for $20. Well, at the moment my ribbon budget's like $0. I keep buying regrets. I need to stop doing that. Anyways, so that's kind of like what I would like to do with a few of the computers, is set them up so you could actually draw some art for yourself. But then I kind of thought the other thing was, for the rise of the GUI. That's why I picked a few computers that actually have GUIs, which is kind of why that's why the Apple II GS made my list, is because it runs GS OS. Because I was thinking of, at VCF East, what computers were there, and were there any operating systems that were less common? And right away, I was able to exclude SGI, thank goodness, because my Octane weighs a ton. Fun fact, I was tempted to bring it to the repair workshop this weekend, because I could use some help trying to get it to boot into the IRIX installer, but I then remembered how heavy it was and decided that it was just going to stay right where it is. I'm not it's not moving. It's not coming to VCF East either. It's too heavy. Uh, Besides, I suspect the system source will send enough SGIs to VCF East that I won't need to bring mine. So there, we've got that going for me. But anyways, I was trying to think of other underrepresented systems, And I don't remember seeing a lot of Apple II GS systems. GS OS is an interesting OS from what I remember. I do know there was a GUI for the C64, I believe. I don't have it, but I'm sure I could find it. The but I thought it'd be that's kind of why I thought it'd be cool to bring an Apple a Mac Plus or 512 because even though I suspect there will be a number of them there, hey, I think they're cool. I could have it run KidPix instead of the LC. But I mean, after all, I wanted to have some things at my computer that are me, and I remember seeing Mac Pluses, or it looked like a Mac Plus. It might have been a 512 back in the day, and it was cool. But um, yeah, but yeah, that also kind of though. Why did my talking 286 not make my list? At least right now. Well, it doesn't talk enough, and besides, I don't think you'd be able to hear it over the background noise. It's a 286. Like, it's cool for YouTube, but not really cool enough for a loud room with lots of people. You'd never be able to hear it. So I'm like, okay, well, it it's kind of it didn't make the list. The I mean, I'm sure there's will be more than enough Trident cards in consignment in the free pile, so I don't need to really bring many of those, if any. So it's like, okay, well, don't have to worry about that. I was like, quite honestly, I thought for the PC world, if I just brought my first PC rebuild, that's at least it's something that's me. And I think that's enough for the PCs. I was trying to think of other platforms. Oh, that's right. I did think that maybe I might would yeah, there was like I might my TRS-80 Model 4P or my K Pro did make my tentative list of like, those could be cool to bring. I don't remember I don't remember there being any K Pros at VCF East last year. Um, there were plenty of there was someone that brought a whole display of Tandy, and considering that Peter Satinsky is coming, I maybe probably won't bring a TRS-80 because I think he's probably going to bring enough TRS-80s that I probably don't need to. Jeremy's saying Amiga, and ah, Viborg has an Amiga 500. Cool. Yeah, Jeremy, if only I didn't sell my Amiga to Joe. Well, there's always time to get another Amiga. Bring the Macintosh Plus. Yeah, if I can get the Macintosh Plus back up, I will. Um, Next open step is a cool, obscure 90s GUI that runs on commodity hardware. I've got a cable that runs right smack dab in the middle of the chat. So if you wonder why I can't read sometimes, it's because there's a cable in front of the chat. Um, yeah, I probably won't have an Amiga. Although, yeah, that's definitely something that'd be cool. Next open step. That could be cool. Viborg, I've got a Grease Weasel. Software isn't an issue. Yeah, I've got a Grease Weasel too. Blank floppy disks is my issue, not necessarily the Grease Weasel. How does OpenStep feel about Trident? Probably not. Um, okay, so maybe my list is a little less nebulous than I thought, but at least, I kind of wanted to do something interactive. I was trying to think of. Oh, Gutbomb says OpenStep works with Trident. Oh, okay, Vborg. I can always loan the Amiga if you decide. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I would totally be Okay, yeah, we can chat this weekend. I would totally be game to if it was the right thing to borrow, I would totally be game to borrow something. Amigas definitely would hit the computer art aspect of the VCF East this year, and the GUI aspect that would definitely be there too. So I would be open to borrowing it. Yes. So we'll chat this weekend. Jack says slapping a Mad Dog sound card and you're done. All right. Well, it looks like I've got some good ideas in the chat of things I might want to consider. So maybe my video might not be as imminent as I thought it was going to be, but at least you kind of have an idea of what I was thinking and kind of why. Oh, and then I guess the other thing, I would like to actually have stickers with me this year. So that's kind of another thing I'd like to do, which means I got to find a place that makes them that I'll be happy with. So there's that. Yay, fun. Anyways, so you kind of got an idea of what I'd like to do. Um, Jeremy's asking, would a real ZX81 be up my alley? It could be. I Yes, I think the ZX81 might, because I've got a ZX80 clone, and it doesn't play nicely with modern technology. So that's why I haven't brought it back out to try to finish repairing it, despite the fact that that and I got to figure out how to fix the keyboard because the ZX80 keyboard is a it's part of the main PCB and it adheres to it, and I got to fix the adhesive on the keyboard. I have to find an adhesive that's thick enough so that it's not like pressing all the keys while it's not being pressed. And I think there's traces on the keyboard that are bad because the adhesive, over years and years of being in an attic, actually appears to have eaten some of the traces, just the adhesive. There were no caps that leaked. It's like the adhesive turned bad. But anyways, yeah, ZX keyboards are painful. No, I will not be bringing a ZX80 to VCF East. That's probably for sure. I'm probably not going to get around to getting that working for VCF East. A ZX81, I would certainly be willing if they're thinking of sending me one. I don't know what direction you're asking. I would consider it. It is, I believe, one of the computers that, because you if you look at my playlists, which I think I've got public, you'll notice there's a playlist called "The Computers of Basic Programming for Kids." The ZX81 is one of those computers, and I don't have one. The ZX80 is not, because I believe most of the programs really require the extra RAM in the ZX81. Although maybe the ZX80 is. Um, Actually, I think they have the same amount of RAM. Jeremy says the original ZX keyboards are like typing on a dead watermelon. Well, I wouldn't know because the keyboard on mine is completely non-functional, and I would rather buy a new overlay to stick on the PCB than trying to refurbish the adhesive keyboard myself, because I don't know how thick the adhesive's supposed to be and haven't been able to find that data, but no one makes an overlay for that anymore. So I'm like, I'm just going to have to wing it probably, but I got to fix traces on the keyboard because the it's like the top part of the keyboard on my ZX80 clone, where the I guess the adhesive keyboard meets the case where it's screwed down. It's like the pressure of that, of everything being in an attic for like 20 to 30 years, destroyed the traces that run under it. So a number of the traces are actually broken there. So, oh, it would be a loan. Oh, um, I'll think about it as a loan because, um, okay, I'll have to think about that, Jeremy. It's the um, depending. Granted, I know the ZX81's not that heavy, so it's not that big of a deal to ship. But it's kind of when we're talking about loaning equipment, I have to consider the where you are, how long I might need it, and how easy or difficult it is to ship. So, granted, if it's something that so I guess for example, Jeremy, if I needed to borrow your Apple II GS monitor for VCF East, since you were planning to be there the whole time, I could I mean, you could bring it, I set it up, at the end of the event, I give it back to you. So, no big deal. But for something like a ZX81 that I've never used, I would probably need to borrow it in advance. Plus, I got to figure out if I have time to look at it in advance because I do need to know how it works. It's not something I could exactly borrow like at the spur of the moment. Yeah, shipping is easy, shipping safely is costly. Exactly. So I'll consider that, Jeremy. I do at least know a ZX81's not that heavy, so that one's probably more of a time of would I have time to look at it and does it help me for VCF East? Or maybe would I want to borrow it later for other reasons? So I'll let you know. I okay. Also, Jeremy, that's the thing of um. Also, but the thing is, though, say if Vborg loans me something, then it's a closer distance to get it back. So it's a little more possible that I might would actually be able to drive it back as opposed to ship it. Because I think Vborg is maybe like 3 hours away from me, maybe, as opposed to well, Jeremy, you can add up the number of hours because you drove to my house. I don't want to try to add that up at spur at the moment, but you kind of get the idea of like I'm not going to ship a monitor that's a loan because today demonstrated exactly why I don't like to ship monitors, even though that was actually a whole computer. Yeah. We'd meet or drop off. Yeah, exactly. Vborg. I would not want to if you're going to loan me an Amiga 500. Yeah, we'll meet. Totally fine. It's also the value. That's valuable enough that we would meet. Yeah, for sure. Also, would I necessarily need to borrow an Amiga that much in advance? Maybe not. I've at least used it enough to know that okay, I take a grease weasel, I create a couple discs and voila. Yeah. Yeah, 16 hours though to return a monitor to Jeremy is more of a drive. Yeah. Up to like part of Maryland. I was like, okay, I mean, that's more doable. So it's kind of like that's just my theory of borrowing. If it's something that could be safely shipped and is not like so rare that that's a really bad idea, then sure, I'm willing to like consider a shipped loan. But if it's like valuable, like when we start talking about Amigas or fragile, I like Amigas or monitors, then yeah, I'm gonna probably want to actually go get it so that we don't have to try to safely double box it and still risk just the wrong impact on a corner that breaks it. So yeah. Anyways, yes. So yes, definitely, Jeremy. If you're able to make it to VCF East, the things I know you have that I might need to borrow, I'll keep those in mind. Knowing that if you make it, you'll be there and you can bring it. We set it up and I send it back with you. Vborg, obviously, if you have things I need to borrow, well, we can meet at some point. You're much closer to meet quite possibly there might even be another repair workshop before VCF East. I haven't looked at the calendar, but yeah, meeting's much easier. Or again, I could meet on the way up to VCF East if it's something I don't need to like borrow that much in advance. So, okay, yeah, yeah, sure, Jeremy. But I'll keep the ZX81 in mind. I kind of would at some point like to look at some of the Spectrum computer or not Sinclair computers. I don't know though that I'm gonna like do that for VCF East because I already have a lot of computers I'd like to take. But yeah, yeah, and VBorg plus shipping can risk loss in transit too. Oh yeah, yeah. Today I demonstrated damage in shipping. Yeah. We won't. Yeah, we don't want to go to the loss in transit. So, anyways, we're coming up on 12:30, and so I think I'm gonna go ahead and draw the stream to a close. At least I gave you a little preview of what I'd like to do at VCF East, even if maybe I still need to sit down and first go to the website and see how long the tables are, and then maybe sit down and maybe prioritize computers. Because then maybe I'll kind of know what I need to buy, what I can borrow. Like, obviously, I'm not going to borrow a ream of paper from anyone, but maybe someone might have a printer I can borrow. Oh, thank you, Martin. Thank you very much. So, yep. Well, Jeremy, that Apple. Oh, that Apple monitor, the one that you can't see because it's over there. Yes, yeah, that one I could use with it. Um, I thought you were referring to the one I'd pointed to earlier in the stream. That's right there. That's my color composite monitor. I would want to use that with something that can actually do color composite. So I I do not believe they have started selling tickets for VCF East yet. I do know they were at well, when I applied to be an exhibitor, they were still looking for exhibitors. You might actually still be able to be an exhibitor. I don't know if they've filled all the tables yet. I have not seen anything yet that they've started selling tickets. I will, when I hear that they start selling tickets, I will make an announcement just so that people know. Because if you want to go to VCF East, I don't know that that's necessarily a risk of a sellout, but still, if you know you're going to be able to go, you can pre-order tickets. So, yeah, yeah, I think when I bought tickets last year for VCF East, I'm pretty sure I bought them in March. So, I'm pretty sure it was like a month out when I bought them. So, yeah, I think you're good. I don't think they've started selling them yet. It might actually be like like beginning of February, maybe is when they start selling the tickets. I think first they kind of want to know who the exhibitors are so that then they can publish the full list of who's going to be there exhibiting and presenting. And then I think that's when they start selling tickets. So at least when you buy tickets, you'll know, oh, yeah, here's who I'm going to go see. So I don't think you've missed it yet. I don't think they've started selling tickets yet. I will definitely mention it when I hear that they start selling tickets for VCF East. Now, VCF SoCal, on the other hand, if you were going to that, well, yeah, I think you better get better get on that because I think that's like really soon now. No, I won't be at VCF SoCal, but yeah, VCF East they haven't started selling tickets yet, to my knowledge. I will make an announcement. Uh, I know some of you won't be able to make it because not everyone can make it out to the East Coast, but hey, I'll make the announcement just so you know tickets are on sale whenever I hear it. Um. Oh. Um. Well, I will try to remember Jeremy for Thursday because that will at least be the closer day to give you the yearly greetings. But uh, feel free to like remind me, and we will uh, we'll all chip in the chat and give you your yearly greetings because I won't be live streaming Monday, so Thursday will have to work. Yeah, yeah, VBorg, VCF, SoCal. That'd be a huge drive. Yeah, if I went to SoCal, I'd have to fly. But anyways, all right, I am going to draw the stream to a close. It's been a great stream. Yeah, the Mac Plus might have arrived in lots of various sized pieces. Electrically, though, it was great. I mean, it chimed. The screen looked really great. I didn't see any signs of. I mean, the analog board looks great. I'm not going to just go recap it because I think it appears to be in good shape. I might reflow the flyback transformer just in case, but that'd be about it. So that was great. A relief. Adam has a spare shell set that he's going to send along, so that Mac Plus will live again as a Mac Plus someday. Yeah, Jack says you'd get some funny looks if you bought a seat for computer on the plane. Oh, and you better believe if I was taking computer to SoCal, computer's getting a seat because I of all the things I occasionally look for on eBay, not that I really need to buy them, those Apple II clones, I mean, they show up occasionally, but I have not seen one like computer. So I am going to have to say computer might be, I don't think it's unique, but it might be one of the rarer Apple II clones these days. Or we're going to find someone has like a barn full of them somewhere, and then they'll be, I don't know. Yeah, like Jeremy says, let alone Bertha. Oh, I got to get to Bertha someday, Jeremy. Unfortunately, Bertha presents its own set of challenges for working on, starting with the fact that it's heavy, continuing with the fact that it's heavy, and ending with the fact that it's heavy and draws a lot of power. That's kind of the other problem with Bertha. I am going to somehow, some way, find a way to work on Bertha on some streams. It will probably be when it gets a little warmer in the basement because I may have to sit on the floor to work on Bertha, which means I'm going to have to set cameras up in another spot of the basement to work on Bertha. If anyone's wondering what in the world Bertha is like this 5 or 6 unit tall, compact Pentium 3 server that has 8 Pentium 3 Xeon processors in it. The thing is like, uh, it wouldn't fit on my workbench. It's so heavy, I don't think I could. I would have to use this lift jack Jeremy gave me to get it up on the workbench, and even then, I'd probably have to get it up on the workbench in multiple parts. So I'm going to actually probably have to work on it on the floor, and that's not going to happen when my basement's this cold. Jack says someone is probably sitting on a pile of 20,000 unopened boxes that will take the vintage internets by storm like Naboo did. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I guess I could put it on the cart and raise it up and work on it on that, but still there are some challenges in working on that computer, so I'm going to have to figure out how to do it at the best way and got to make sure I have enough power to do it. So it's going to have to be at a time of the year where I don't need to run the heater because I'm probably going to have to use that extension cord for running a server instead. Anyways, yeah, we'll get back to Bertha someday. But I guess for the fun fact, if anyone's wondering what my heaviest computers are, the number one heaviest computer would be Bertha. I think the server weighs like 150, somewhere between 120 and 150 pounds. And that's before SCSI drives, because it currently has no SCSI drives in it. And my second heaviest computer would be my SGI Octane that is actually right beside my feet, because I set it on the lower shelf of my workbench to work on it several months ago, and it hasn't moved since, because that's how heavy it is. And then, I don't know what my third heaviest computer is. Oh, yeah. Um, my third heaviest computer is probably another rack mount computer I have upstairs that I got to strip strip the server out of it and put another computer in it. But anyways, yeah, the HP 9000 Apollo I have is 40 pounds for just the desktop. Oh, yeah, Jeremy, I wish I'd thought of pulling a camera out and recording that, but we were under a time crunch. Yeah, Jeremy had to back up to my basement door to unload Bertha, and we'll just say that I don't let just anyone back up to my back door because my yard wasn't really designed to do that, but I let Jeremy do it because I figured he was more than capable of doing it, and besides, the alternative wasn't. Uh, Letting Jeremy back up to the basement door was the better alternative than the alternative of we tried to carry Bertha down to the basement. We'll put it that way. Yeah. There's not like the driveway does not come around to the back. My yard's really not shaped to do that, but we'll just say that that was the best alternative. Yeah, Jeremy had a 4-wheel drive, and yeah, I I I wouldn't even try to drive my Subaru around to the back. We'll put it that way. Because it's a treat. Did you lift it into the basement with the crane? No, Jeremy had a lift cart. We basically like raised the lift cart up till it was about level with the back of his truck. Then we both had to scoot it off onto the cart, and then we rolled the cart in. And then we did something silly. We took the server off the lift cart. We should have probably just left it on that cart, but yeah. Anyways, all right, it's time to draw this stream to a close. But anyways, all right. So I'm glad everyone joined me. Don't forget to smash that like button, comment, and subscribe. Go check out if you want to see my recap of the 2023 top 10 videos. Yep, you might see the time of it is like an hour and 19 minutes, but remember, there are chapter marks. So you can watch it a little bit at a time. The chapter markers are just number 10 to number 1 because I didn't want to totally spoil it, but yeah, I put chapter marks. So you can watch a little bit at a time and use the chapter marks to count down. I guess if you did want to watch it out of order, you would do maybe I think it's number 4 and then number 7. I'll go put that in the description, that if you were like watching it a part at a time, you might consider watching 2 of them out of order because they're a little weird out of order, but I was doing a countdown, so yeah, I did the countdown in the order they were in the number 10 to number 1, but yeah, if you were kind of going to watch it piecemeal, there's 2 that you probably might be better off watching reversed. I'll put that in the description when I think about it. Anyways, all right. Thanks for joining me. My feet are definitely getting cold at this point now. I do have to work in the morning. If I don't make myself stop the stream now, I would probably still be talking at 4 a.m. So anyways, smash that like button, subscribe, turn on notifications in case YouTube actually decides to send you notifications. Hope to see you all next time. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.